It says I'm live. I'm so glad I'm not dead. Sound, little one. Can I have a sound check, somebody, please? Oh, can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? I've been on for 23 seconds. You're live and yawning. Okay. Anyhow, how's the sound? I presume everything is going okay. Okay, now I'm getting scared, David. And I can understand you making, passes at my wife because she's purty. But you handsome devil, yeah, I don't know.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Mr. Lodak. How's it going? Oh, so anyhow, today it's finally above freezing again. As a matter of fact, it says it is now 56 degrees, which, if I'm not mistaken, means water should become liquid shortly. So tomorrow afternoon, we'll be heading back out to the ranch to see if things have started to melt. David says, Hiya, Eva the goddess. So we shall be seeing, assuming that things have started thawing out there, which they should have had a fair amount of time. The plumbing should be pretty thawed out by now, because the sun's been up, the tank is under a tarp and everything. Hello, Wayne. And so I'm hoping that the plumbing has thawed out and not broken. Um, Hello, Adam. It is my belief that the solution is less likely to break stuff than pure water. Hello, Paolo. Well, thank you. Welcome to Montana from Brazil. Paolo Giovanni Gomez Giovanni. And anyhow, and that's because as it freezes, the lime and Eco Goldex in solution tend to get more and more concentrated until it forms a solution that's so concentrated it won't quite freeze, but has the ability to kind of get pushed out and stuff and relieve a little pressure. That's my theory. Because the other day when I went over there in the middle of all this mess and it was frozen up, I didn't see any cracked pipes. And when I took apart some filter housings, which were inside, and I thought were in an area that should be warm enough that they wouldn't freeze, had in fact frozen. But when I pulled them out, there was still a little bit of liquid left in there. And so I'm hopeful that I won't have a lot of repairs to make. Um, we have our usual stuff to do early in the afternoon on Tuesdays, and then we'll head out to the ranch, take a look, double check everything, and there's plenty of stuff for me to do one way or another out there for several hours, getting things ready to rock and roll. Um, with any luck on Wednesday, Eva and I will be out there and we'll be actually trying to process somewhere between a 500 to 1,000 pound batch. There was enough solution there for 800 pounds of ore in the tank, and that seems like a reasonable first attempt, just to see how everything's working, um, find any issues and address them. I've also got a little addition to make that's a little complicated to explain, but I'll give it a try. The agitation tank is a conical bottom tank, and there's a high concentration of solids in there, so they're going to tend to slump down into the inlet where stuff's being pumped up when the pump goes off. We can't run these pumps 24/7. There's not enough power available, and we don't want to leave a generator running unattended. Things like potential for fires and things like that. If nobody's out there, then how would you know? So the plan is to just run it when somebody is in fact there. So that means you're going to have to shut it down. Now, it's always got a good idea to have something that when it shuts down or is shut down is not a problem to restart. That's always a desirable feature. You don't want something, if at all possible, that requires a very specific shutdown sequence if you can avoid it. Because, like, if the generator dies, you don't want things to break. So the whole situation, let me get my little marker out here and I'll kind of diagram it. Come on. We good? We good. Okay. There's the bottom of the tank, roughly. And you're going to have solids at some angle of repose here, and they're going to tend to slump down. You've got solution being pumped in. There's a pump up here that's pumping it out and down like that. Submersible pump. So my genius idea is to take a piece of steel plate, of which I have some leftovers from, drill a little hole in the middle, round the corners a bit, make something essentially like that. This hole here is the right size for a 3/4 inch male adapter to go through. Put a female adapter on the other side. Now we've got it sandwiched. The idea is to place that here, have enough pipe down here to keep it centered. Run this up to the top of the tank, and through the top of the tank, run the pipe, and you can pin it either here, or if you raise it up higher, you can pin it, have like a pinhole there. The idea is this allows just enough movement so that this plate can get pushed up a little bit off of the plastic here if needed. As it is, these areas right here, because it's not a circle, we'll have a thin opening there. Say, for all I know, this pin's going to be tight. But so at this plate here, it's going to be shooting sheets of solution out in 4 directions to knock this back and keep it agitated some. So hopefully your bare area will be here. And when the pump shuts off, this will set down and act like a check valve and prevent the slurry or the solids from slumping into the plumbing and jamming everything up. I'm sure that if I arrange it correctly, it will work. Not sure exactly how many modifications I'll have to arrange it correctly, but we'll see. Yeah, Lars, I didn't get a chance to go to the post office today, but I'm sure your package will be here next week, and I'll show everyone then. No, it's not a bong. That would be way too much to load, okay? And you'd need, I don't know, a couple kilos. But running constant. Can't run it constant. Where we're at, the circumstances we're at, there's no line power, and nobody lives there full time. So therefore, the generator will be running when somebody is there. But as of now, there is no plan to leave the generator running when there is nobody there to attend it. Yeah, the plumbing can handle small solids, but the problem is if it slumps back in there and packs, then you might not be able to blow it out too easy. So a certain concentration of solids will circulate fine, and if it settles in the pipe, well, there's still going to be a big opening along the top of the pipe. We'll see. Like everything else, this is something that the big boys don't do and the little boys don't get into generally. So I'm trying to do stuff where I don't really have a whole lot of either expertise or somebody to emulate. This makes it a little more complicated, but also makes it a lot more interesting. Anyhow, so that's the basic idea. There'll be a check valve on the bottom. Just the gravity of the pipe itself will push down to some extent. When the pump shuts off, just the weight of that pipe that's sticking out of the top of the solution in air will push down on it and hopefully seal it. If not, I'll have to make it conform a little better to the tank itself. Easy. Question is, our shaker table is 4x2. What angular pitch would it have to be for 80 mesh plus? A shaker table has very low pitch from end to end, has more pitch side to side, perpendicular basically to the ridges, because that's where the wash water is kind of sheeting over the ridges and washing the tailings to the tailings launder. But end to end, basically, you pretty much it should be adjustable. And so you want to adjust it. I'd start with something pretty easy to see with nothing else on the table, like some metal filings. Throw them on there and adjust it to where they're going where you want them to go. Then put some other material on there, like some sand, some black sand, some sand and stuff, and just run it and see where things are going and adjust it accordingly. They're going to be fairly shallow angles. The drop, like on my RP4 table, from end to end is, I don't know, less than a quarter inch, and side to side probably 2 or 3 times that, probably a half an inch to 1 inch side to side slope. But again, it's going to depend on the individual shaker table, and you look at it and adjust it by look. How many gallons per minute? Again, that's going to depend on your shaker table. It should have an adjustment. So just adjust it to where things are washing properly without not getting out of control. Tweak it. And just, let's say, see what works. If you had sand, black sand, and I don't know, lead filings, you should be able to adjust things to where things are going where they're supposed to be going fairly well. Yeah, it's, as Chris says, it's pretty much visual, because it's going to depend on the actual minerals, the sizes, the reaction with the water, how well does it wet and things like that. It's so variable, you pretty much just go by sight. You should be able to send most of the heaviest stuff to the cons. You're going to have a middlings and a tailings, and use a pan to test those and see how much cross contamination and how much you can adjust to get what you want. But yeah, it's very much a visual thing. So, I mean, it's like driving down the road. You just do it visually. How hard do you turn the steering wheel? Depends on the vehicle, depends on the road. you just keep it in the lane, whatever that takes. Yeah, Krista, they make a lot of different shaker tables that do different things. Some are flat, some have twisted surfaces, some have grooves, some have ridges, some go parallel to the axis of shaking, some are inclined to the axis of shaking, so it's doing like this. There's a lot of different possibilities. So you pretty much just got to go by feel. Anyhow, as you saw from my videos this week, we've got the feeder working pretty well. And I don't know, let's see. Let me get some of the material here. Oh, where are they? There they are. Okie dokie. So these are the samples. Now these are splits. One sample was 100% passing 20 mesh. The other was 100% passing 30 mesh. And let's, I think we'll give you an idea. Okay. And you can see the finer material up here. These are more of the coarser particles. It's even at the 100% passing 20 mesh, it's a fairly fine grind. And the 30 mesh, of course, is finer than that. The throughput went much faster with the 20 mesh. And so if that gives us the recoveries we want, that will work just great. I was running at 500 pounds an hour, easy peasy. You know, wasn't a problem at all. The 30 mesh, different story. I also was having an issue that the vibratory feeder was not reliably running properly on the generator. We had another generator. I tried using it, and it seems to be running fine on that generator. We shall see if that continues. If not, we have a third option, but we prefer not to use. But the first batch is definitely going to be 20 mesh. First of all, I have no numbers yet, so I do not know what the recoveries are. I should know by next week. I haven't received a phone call today, so obviously the lab hasn't got the solution stuff done. They should have my solution samples done in the next day or two, but I don't have the head grade fire assays yet for the 20 and 30 mesh, so we shall have to see. And that's, you know, part of the frustration. However, the pad itself, by the way, when I'm up here writing on the board, if you can't hear me, let me know and I'll speak even louder. If here's our pad surface here, and we have some pipes looking on the top, kind of like this. And then on top of that, there's a fabric covering, and then above that is sand. And from there, that's where we really start dumping the tailings. Now that sand should be as permeable as possible. And once we've loaded, hey Jeff, once we've loaded the pad with material up here, and it's all full, then we can come in and offload it by just digging down and reloading it. Now, when you do that, you have to leave a fair amount of material on the liner, or you're likely to damage the liner. So and you call that the cushion, the stuff immediately above the liner. So right now I need to expand my cushion. So I'm going to go with the 20 mesh minus for now, as it's going to be more permeable than the 30 mesh minus. Don't know how much, but it's going to be some. So for the next batch or two, I'll probably be doing 20 mesh minus and laying it out there, so that I got greater permeability. Plus, since it's going to be there multiple cycles, it'll have plenty of time to leach. So I'm not terribly worried about immediate recovery. So anyhow, that's the plan for Wednesday, is actually start grinding and throwing stuff in the big agitation tank and getting that adjusted. Easy. If you have lots of pyrite, if the gold's associated with the pyrite, then you can concentrate the pyrite fairly easily. It's real easy to see the pyrite, for example, and you can retable your middlings. Don't be afraid about that. That's a very standard thing. In a big mill, they have tables in a row, but you can just collect your middlings. That's the stuff between the tailings and the cons. Throw it back on the table and get cons out of it. So don't worry about it. Retabling is perfectly acceptable. And it just slows down your overall throughput. But anyhow, so that's the basic plan for this week, is to get the, quite a bit of 20 mesh pad cover out there. Get the agitation tank through the initial debugging sequence, and got a few other little things. Gonna build a little spot to put the new generator. It's like a 6,000 watt generator, and move it a little bit further over so it's not in the way and not quite as loud and annoying. And I've still got to build a belt guard for the Stutenroth. Right now, the engine is on the off side, but you still have to go there to start it. So I want to put in a belt guard so you can't like trip and fall into the belt or whatever. And got to retighten the threaded joints on the filter housings. They're leaking just a little bit. But by the end of the week, we should have, a complete cycle run through the mill where we've got ore crushed, agitation leak, dumped on the pad, the solution, drained from that and cycled through the resin. I've also made a new solution form for the mill that makes it real easy to write down how much solution you did that day, and make some notations so when you get your assays back from the solutions, you can do your calculations with greater precision than what I was doing last fall. I've been in a bit of a hurry. I was just trying to get stuff done. Okay, that sounds about right. I'd go for that easy. What Chris says makes perfect sense to me. So anyhow, that's basically the plan for this week, and weather should be good this week. It has been below freezing for a week now. Very annoying. Did a little fishing when it wasn't blowing, therefore very unpleasant. Um, Caught three, average size trout for Spring Meadow Lake over here, like this. And then yesterday caught a nice big rainbow. I don't know. I'd say it was about 19 inches. Argos. What is Argos? I'm not sure. Easy. Do you know what he's talking about? God damn it. Chris? Any idea? It's an ingredient in a reducing agent. Why are you reducing? Is this for smelting? Let's see, reducing agent. So, sounds like in the fire assay where you use it instead of flour. Does that make sense, Chris? Oh. I don't think the S is at Argol. Hmm. Not sure, easy. Let's see what the book says if I can find it real quickly. Let's see. Argol, page 12. Let's see, page 12. Argol is a reducing agent in a basic flux. It's a crude bitartrate of potassium obtained from wine barrels, one of the best reducing agents. So that would be similar to cream of tartar, although it's better. Does say the same purpose as flour, sugar, starch, basically to snatch oxygen from your litharge or from something else. Yeah, it's a tartrate, Chris. Crude bitartrate of potassium obtained from wine barrels and one of the best reducing agents. Yeah, it would work similar to cream of tartar. And anyhow, so once I get the mill running, I'm going to be moving the furnace back out there and doing continuing smelting the resin, because most of that just takes time. Adam, I know the basics of radioactive decay. Why do miners completely backfill old mines just past the entrance? It can be for various reasons. Number one, to keep people out. A gate, it's easy to break a lock or cut through it or whatever, but if you're going to have to dig out a bunch of dirt, it's going to be a lot more work, and your casual criminal type is not going to go to that trouble. So it's a more secure way. A lot of mines, just the entrance gets kind of filled up just from erosion washing stuff down. I presume that's not what you're saying, because you said just back, just past the entrance. That sounds deliberate. And say it's to keep people out so that people can't see what's going on in there, can't steal stuff, can't take samples. That's it. It's like buried treasure. Except in this case, you can tell where the treasure is buried, but who's got the energy to dig it up? Yeah, yeah, and you can also get collapses and such too. So the question, Richard, is this for sure deliberate, or is it possibly just erosion and collapse and things like that? Wherever you got lots of rain, you're going to tend to have erosion backfill those entrances just from stuff washing off the hillside. Um, say that's a common phenomenon too. Oh, Tom finally gave us permission to talk. So I guess we can talk now, Tom. Is that correct?
Would that be Parrish?
That would be Parrish, yes. Deliberate. Yeah, they're trying to keep people out. And it's the sort of thing, your casual person is not going to take the time. Yeah, Forest Service could do that also, although usually they just like to bury it. They don't even want anyone to know there's anything there. They'll sit there and bury it in.
Fill it in with concrete. We've seen that. Or blown in, or expanding info.
Yeah, they can use foam. They can do all kinds of stuff. But Forest Service is usually pretty permanent in the stuff they do. Yeah, I was up at that January mine there, and I don't know if it was the Forest Service or BLM. I think it was Forest Service, but I mean they went and wiped out, I don't know, 50 yards of road where they smoothed it out. You couldn't tell there was a road used to be there. The scum, and you just walk across, and all of a sudden, boom. Okay, Lauren says a lot of them were closed, done that way for World War II, basically just to keep it there. Had something I was going to. Oh, yeah, Lauren. That thing we were working on today, if you wanted to heat the area we were working on, you could also just put a light bulb in there and put a little cover like a piece of plywood, and that would keep that area nice and warm very easily and safely. Looks like they filled it with old tailings. Yeah, I say it's because they don't want anyone in there. Again, if it was the Forest Service and they went to that much effort, they usually just bury it. So we'll see. But somebody thought there was something there worth hiding. Be interesting to find out what it was. Let me get a glass of water just a second.
We all know how the Forest Service is. No, I mean, both of us have seen concrete and concrete plus rubble and expanding foam.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Impossible, Chris. Yeah, Lauren, I was thinking of that just a few minutes ago, and I thought, wow, rather than heat up the entire thing,
the entire area,
just that one little spot that we were working, I'm sure a 60-watt light bulb would keep it at the temperature that'll work just fine.
60-watt incandescent.
Yeah, incandescent. Should you dig it out? First, make sure that you're legally allowed to explore for minerals in that area there. If you are, I'd be curious to see what's behind it.
But be very careful.
Yeah. Once you break through, you may have some bad air. So you need to, that's something you're going to have to be cautious on, as in get yourself a meter. Have I ever run into radioactive ore? Not to my knowledge, Adam. Never checked. Didn't use a scintillometer or anything like that.
Well, except for the uranium mine you worked in.
Well, yeah. I used to work in a uranium mine, but I don't know if you call that running into radioactive ore, but yeah, I worked in a uranium mine. Does that count? Watch, it's not full of water. Yeah, if you got water coming through the muck pile, that would be a bad sign, Richard. Assuming there's no water seeping out at all, then there's probably nothing behind it. I wasn't walking on it. I was mining through it. I was about 1,700 feet down underground. Oh, Chris, the EPA never makes things worse. The government is always there to help us and make things better and our lives absolutely perfect. What are you saying about a disaster? An old claim last renewed 2002. Do you have any historical records on the that particular mine? That would be a good way to get some information if it's available. Jeff, do I detect a bit of skepticism in your voice or in your fingers there? The government is here to help us. That's what they say, and they never, ever, ever lie. And if you believe that, I have an old gold mine, very, very rich ore. Somewhere, I'll sell it to you real quick. Let me go stake a claim. But if you can't find any records, Richard, be interesting. If you got the time and the interest and stuff, you could do it now.
Watch out for bad air and ground control.
Watch out, bad air, ground control, and also be prepared to put it back when you're done. So what's more unstable, uranium or plutonium? Well, first of all, plutonium does not occur in nature. Good, Tom. Plutonium is more dangerous. It's, I say, because it's a pure element, whereas uranium has multiple isotopes, only one of which runs about 0.5% of natural uranium, can chain react. Of the two, plutonium is a lot more likely to go bang. Natural uranium can't go bang. Okay. Yeah, uranium ore will not have plutonium in it. Okay, there's all types of uranium ore. Yeah. 238, 239.
235.
I think plutonium is 239. I don't know if there's a uranium 239. I know there's a uranium 235. I think it's 237 and 238, but I'm not sure. I think the 237 is very low concentrations. Well, they didn't pop off, but they did suffer continuous low-grade chain reaction. That was it Congo, I believe? Because back in the past, if you look at the different half-lives of different uraniums, back a couple billion years ago, natural uranium was running about 2% uranium-235. So all you had to do is get enough uranium together and it could chain react. So that it actually, due to chemical concentration processes, it did react. They could tell because the breakdown products were there. The stuff they were looking for wasn't. The 235 wasn't there. They were mining this, and it's gone, but the breakdown products are there. So that, yeah. Hey, Wolfman, how's it going? And yeah, roasting is the usual way to get rid of sulfides in a gold ore. How about arsenic? Be very careful roasting arsenic. That'll get you. Uh, Arsenic is a bit of a problem.
Smells like garlic, doesn't it?
Supposedly, yes. Um, the problem with arsenic is both a safety issue and a regulatory issue. So you'll have to research that carefully. It's kind of beyond the scope of a live stream. Terry says, "Hi, Keith, Eva, Jim." Well, Jim isn't here again today, the slacker.
Hi, Gary. Jim is working on something huge. We have no idea what.
Yeah, he says it's huge. I don't know. You know how guys are. They say it's huge, but yeah. Jeff, does the iron grab the arsenic? I think so. Don't know, David. He didn't say whether he would be able to or not. He's going to try sometime. But we don't know. I haven't seen anything from him yet. My guess would be he's not on yet. Does that mean Texas is actually small? I would not suggest stating that in Texas. People are very proud of Texas. I think Texas is a little more observable, and one can actually demonstrate the size. But some things,
bigger,
by the time you get to the demonstration stage, it's just too late.
Is Alaska bigger?
Yes, Alaska is much bigger than Texas.
Okay.
There
was a debate going on online the other day on Reddit as to whether Ohio really exists, and if it does, where the heck is it?
I don't know. I've been in Ohio. I presume it exists. Yeah. It's yonder. It's pretty nice. It's all green. Lots of green in Ohio, at least during the summer. Okay, Terry. So anyhow, with respect to arsenic, possibly adding some iron to the smelt will immobilize it if it's not in too great a concentration. But be very, very careful with arsenic, especially when you're heating it. It will vaporize. You want to make darn sure you don't inhale that because it's not good for you at all.
Positive pressure respiratory equipment.
Well,
lots of it.
Just a good ventilation system. Good high wind at your back helps. Let's see. Anything else in particular? Yeah, the off gases when you're smelting arsenic and creating arsenic in a vapor form. I mean, it's a cumulative toxin. It gets into your body. It doesn't like to come out, and it's got a fairly high toxicity. Let's see. I would also smelt in a good wind with the wind blowing away from you. Where did you say the gold is? This week over there. There's some that way. Okay. There's some that way too. And a bit more that way and some yonder. The stuff I'm working on is yonder.
Wow. Mining 101, a non-technical primer for mining, a live course.
Cool.
9 hours, only $500.
Lars, that's a good gig if you can pull it off. Yeah, I'm also not so sure how much of the gold has a tendency to vaporize with arsenopyrite ores either. I know with the tellurides. They can make it volatile, so that you can have pretty high losses of gold when you're roasting telluride ores. Good idea, Goldstream. If not, let me know. Pyrrhotite. Define pyrrhotite, Prospector Phil. I know it's a common sulfide. Is that the telluride you're talking about there? Starter's pretty easy, Tom. Main thing is, first of all, disconnect the battery, because you're going to be working with uh, you know, big leads that have no fuses or switches or anything. So disconnect the battery. Is it one of those Chevys? Because if it is, there's like 2 bolts that hold the starter in. Disconnect the electrical stuff first so that you don't damage anything. Once you pull those other 2, then you just take those other 2 bolts out, and it should just drop right out. I'm not sure, Easy. What kind of truck is it, Tom? If they just look on the internet, it'll show you how to do it. I'm sure there's a video on YouTube. It's pretty simple. You can do it.
Is this Parrish?
Yeah.
Would he be talking about the black truck or the?
No, he says it's a different truck, not the work trucks. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, Tom. You should be able to handle that, unless it's in a really bad position or something. A GMC box truck. As long as you got good access to it, it should be pretty easy. Tom, is that Keith's truck? Iron sulfate, huh? Okay. Yeah, that should be pretty easy, Tom. Say just disconnect the battery first, trust me. And then disconnect the wiring off of the starter, pull the bolts, it should just drop right out. If it has shims in there, shimming the starter a little bit, put the shims in with the old battery. Actually, take the old starter, measure from the gear to like level at the top of the shims, and then check the new starter, check that distance too, and you probably just need to move the shims to the new starter if it has shims. I haven't had to shim them. Yeah. Yeah, it's good not to have your face under it too. Yeah. It's pretty heavy. When it comes out, it'll come out. You'll definitely notice it. It's best to be under the engine side, because if it comes out and goes sideways, it's going to head towards the back of the truck. Oh, anyhow, let's see. Anything else? Darn that, Jim. Use your face. Couldn't hurt. Might improve things a bit. Are you sure that isn't what happened before? Anyhow. Yeah, pretty much, Goldstream. They're pretty easy to put in. And when you're putting the shims in, Tom, if it does have shims, they should be notched, so it's pretty easy to put them in. If it's got a hole and a notch on the other end, slide the bolt through the hole, put that one in first, then the other one, then you just rotate them around and do it, so you don't have to try and hold 6 things at once. Uh, let's see. Hmm. Now this week should be able to get information on the recoveries. You had to lay in a mud puddle. Well, that was poor planning, Goldstream. Poor planning. That's all I can say. Yep.
As long as it was liquid and there was no ice cubes floating in it, this wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
Well, if it was solid ice, it'd be easy. You just wear a thick coat. Ice doesn't soak through your clothing. Oh, let's see. Say, did a number of tests. Also, somebody gave me some electronic um, terminals. Hey, blind dude, um, to see about using the Eco Gold X, and it no, but you parked in the puddle, didn't you, Goldstream? Um, and the Eco Gold X seemed to strip the plating off of the terminals pretty well. I've got to take some resin, put it in the solution now, and get the gold out of solution, and then smelt the resin, and then I'll have a good idea of how how much gold was on those terminals. These were terminals from
Disposable
e-cigarette
e-cigarettes.
little heating element thingy. Maybe it was raining. Aw, well, things happen. Yeah, life kind of sucks at times, but you do what you got to do. Let's see. He was trying to drive through a lake to a gold claim. Well, maybe you should have checked the water depth first. If you were driving through a lake, then how could you get underneath it to change the starter, huh? Huh? Hold your breath. Have you ever tried joint juice? I have no idea what you're talking about, Roberts. Uh, the Eco Gold X seemed to work pretty well. I used a very modest amount of solution at my usual concentration for ore digestion, and it seemed like after about 14 hours it had kind of petered out in activity, so I added some more, and that seemed to pick up the activity pretty dramatically. So it looks like it'll work fine on electronics. Well, no, if his truck was upside down, it would have been easy to change the starter. Uh, no, I haven't, Roberts. Uh, it's not that bad at this point. Every once in a while, it's more like a tweak, and all of a sudden it becomes difficult, like to climb steps or whatever. It says, ouch, for some bizarre reason. 10 minutes later, no problem. Don't ask me. Oh. I presume Eva's going to have lots of stuff for the tinfoil hat report tonight.
Yes, and if you really want me to, if you're getting desperate over there, I can start a little early. I wouldn't say I have more than usual, but I will say that I have some things.
I don't know. By the way, feedback time here. Do you guys still like the deaf sign language interpretation thing I've been doing? Um, really, Goldstream? Good tough truck. I like. I presume Prospector Phil is talking about my sign language interpretation. That would be a positive. Ah, Jeff, it worked out great. You'll be seeing it with the electronic terminals. But yeah, and it did a great job. It does agitate certain things. That agitation is uh, much more important than other things. So how can I replicate what you are doing when I get a mine out there? How much dollars? Well, the first thing, Poker Face, is to figure out what your ore needs. Um, the situation we got here, and it also depends on your throughput, permitting requirements, situation, blah, blah, blah. If you don't have to permit the mill because it's on private land or whatever, and things are pretty straightforward where you're at, the mill itself, the way I've been doing it, probably about $5,000. The crushing and grinding circuit, that can get really pricey depending upon whether you get used or new stuff. A minimum would be 5 to 10 grand for crushing and grinding at any reasonable throughput. The mining, again, the underground mining, is it a vertical vein, horizontal vein? Is it soft enough to take out with a demolition hammer, but hard enough to keep from falling on your head? These sort of things. If the situation is fairly easy, wheelbarrow, some hand tools, and a demolition hammer goes fairly cheaply. You need a generator and stuff. So you're looking another, I don't know, 2 to 3 grand minimum. But again, there's so many variables. It's the most important thing is first is sampling and doing the testing to see what is it going to take to mine it and recover the gold from it. But if you're not going to be able to scrape up like 20 grand in a reasonable period of time, it's going to make it fairly difficult. Okay, not impossible, but definitely difficult. So, one thing I was thinking that would be kind of cool is if you could build an impact mill that you could put on the differential of a pickup truck. So you just unbolt the wheel and bolt it to the rotor and use the engine of the truck. Hey, in his name, how's it going? So there's a lot of variables, but yeah, it's tough to do for less than 20 grand. But the sampling can go a lot cheaper than that. Say if you've got gravity separatable ore and stuff, not too bad. Thank you, in his name. So I say it's that darn testing stuff. I wouldn't be surprised, David. Another thing you could theoretically do as a power thing is a couple of rollers that you park the truck on top of, like a dynamometer, and use that as a drive. Also, an old truck with a PTO might work out well. You could also have a newer truck with a PTO hydraulic pump that you could use to run a hydraulic motor with an impact mill. Yeah, in his name, those work really well for small sampling type situations. that's where those things come in really handy. Um, you can take some small amounts of rock, pulverize it fairly easily, because believe me, that's a real pain in the butt with a mortar and pestle. And oh, my shirt's back there somewhere. Um, I agree, blind dude. Um, but that's where a small impact mill like that comes in real handy, is for testing samples cheaply but effectively. Um, absolutely. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's getting close enough to the veil where he can actually see to the other side. That's why he's trying to shake hands with people that we can't see, you know?
Oh, are you discussing Lord Malarkey?
Yeah, Lord Malarkey and the invisible handshake thingy. Yeah.
I don't know. I preferred the next episode of Oh That Malarkey. You know, that Lord Malarkey meets the Easter Bunny. That was a good episode.
Yeah, battery powered comes in really handy too in his name. When you're out in the field and you just got a few samples to do, that can come in real handy. Oh, oh dearie. It's hard to tell, blind dude. Not usually poke. You can see lighter colored minerals. They're not necessarily quartz. Um, if you're in an area where you have quartz veins and a darker host rock, and you don't have a lot of ground cover, you might be able to use that as a prospecting tool. Yeah, I say that's where the little chain mills come in handy. Let's say for sampling, they're a lot faster and easier than a mortar and pestle. Coloradoite. Okay. Now you got my question.
Coloradoite?
Coloradoite. Yeah, I bet you it comes from Colorado, eh? Coloradoite. Hematite. Mercury telluride is a rare telluride ore associated with metallic deposits. Wow.
Isn't Telluride in Colorado somewhere?
Yeah, Telluride is a town in Colorado.
Yeah.
Probably
They
from somewhere.
apparently have a lot of Telluride there. I believe it's toxic. Of course, one could make the case that Colorado is toxic.
I have no idea in his name. All I know is we're screwed right now.
This is true.
Yeah, Goldstream is correct. The dust from mills is usually not good for you. Sometimes it's a lot worse for you.
Really bad stuff.
It can be done wet if is your little chain mill basically a one charge, and you open it up and get the stuff out of it, sort of thing. Because if it's doing that, usually the dust is fairly minimal, and you could throw some water in there. You don't have to do it completely wet to do a good job of suppressing dust in many situations. Okay. Uh, I don't imagine it would be arsenopyrite, cinnabar. There's lots of things that are really bad to breathe. Absolutely. Even silica is not that great for you. Well, I was reading a bag. It was a particular kind of refractory, and it was like You need proper equipment and this and that and the other. Breathing silica can be bad for you. Breathing this can be bad for you. Breathing anything can be bad for you. I mean, except for clean air, nothing's good for you. Some things are just worse than others. Yep. If you're getting a good crush, feed wetting directly into a sluice, you can. With something like a little chain mill like that, I'd probably just pan it. It's more uh, more precise in terms of if you do it right, you're not losing anything. Whereas with sluicing, especially with small quantity like that, you start up, you're shut down, things are not going um, steady state. Well, I know they've got a liquid, I forget what it is, but it's basically you can saturate it with oxygen. You can actually breathe the liquid and get enough oxygen and stuff. I would imagine it'd be very unpleasant at first, for sure, but it would allow things like extreme G forces as long as it was perpendicular to your long axis. You know, it can be done. They've done it on animals. I don't know if they've done it on people yet, but it seems to me that the government probably has tried it. They don't seem to have a whole lot of restraints on, hey, let's see what happens if you do this. uh, welding fumes and a pack of American spirits once a week, huh? Yep. None of it's good for you, but life it's a terminal condition. So some people live, some people exist. Some people live more carefully than others. I try and live reasonably carefully, but not stressfully. Some people are just crazy. I just can't believe what some people do. It's like, are you kidding me? Sooner or later that's going to go awry. Yeah, that's basically all it takes in his name. And I say you can make that fairly dust tight. So you have a little lid and put your stuff in there and cap the lid and dump it out. I mean, yeah, gold strain, that's possible. I know that a lot of people nowadays are a bunch of wussies. They're just scared of everything. Oh my God, that could kill you. You're driving a car, right? That's a lot more likely to kill you. Yeah, and his name, that's the way they used to do it. I mean, when I was a teenager, we used to play with mercury in our hands. No big deal. Well, look on the internet in his name. If you remember the title and stuff, you may still be able to get it. We just got a book for Eva, the American Woman Cookbook.
The American Woman's Cookbook. Best cookbook ever.
Yeah, the American Woman Cookbook. And I mean, it's been around a long time. And what was the year that yours is?
1940s. It's like 1940s.
It's a 1940s edition. And
best cookbook ever.
It's easy to find. Yeah, I say people are, well, I don't know. Perhaps the people nowadays are so weak that these things would be lethal to them. People like us who are used to, perforating our epidermis and things like that, our immune systems are well exercised. I mean, the last 6 months I've got, I know, 3 positive COVID tests, 2 negative COVID tests, maybe more than that. Never had a symptom. I have no idea if it's just the testing or I just don't have any symptoms. Pretty much everyone's going to get this Omicron if they haven't already, and most people probably have already. But if your immune system's good, it's not terribly dangerous. Yeah, and his name that technique is really good for microfine gold. Larger gold is not going to tend to show up with that. It's just going to roll to the bottom of the pan. So you really have to take the same sample and do 2 things with it. Do the tapping technique, look for microfine, then put it all back in the corner, and then do a standard swishy, swirly type reveal, and see if you've got coarse gold. By doing that, you can find both. Yeah, why? Hey, Goldstream, if you know it's toxic, why stress yourself, right? I mean, stress is bad for you too. Smoking. I'd look to see the video sometime. I'm not sure, Prospector Phil. I know some of them, I mean, like the ones you do at home, those aren't very accurate, but these were done at the hospital because before you can go in for a procedure, you need to have a test. So that's what these were. Theoretically, these are supposed to be reasonably accurate. But I know one, I was going to have, I think it was this eye done, cataract surgery. And so I needed to have a test. I went in, I got a positive test. And I said, can I get another one? Because I'm not feeling it. Went in at 8 in the morning, I was positive. At 4 in the afternoon, I was negative. Good question. Yeah, and his name. The other thing is when you're breathing that liquid, it's tough to move it in and out. So do I, Goldstream. I've got one too. If I don't feel ventilation or can't detect it, yeah, I'll go to it. At the bottom of the decline in Montana B, I took it with me. It's my understanding that in some cases they do too many to make it reliable. Absolutely. Well, let's put it this way: it's reliably positive. Yep. I don't know. A lot of stuff is kind of spooky when you look into it. I don't think the government has really come to terms with how hard it is to stifle information nowadays. I mean, to truly stifle it. You can suppress it, but you can't eliminate it. What? No canaries? No, David, no canaries. Canaries are a pain in the butt because when you're not taking them into the mine, you got to feed them, you got to clean their cages, and then you got to carry them in there with you. I've already got enough gear. Okay? No canaries. What would you do, Goldstream, if you had a large Hadron Collider besides rent it out to somebody with a lot of money? Come on now. We all know that's unrealistic. So in his name, did you make the welder from 2 microwaves? By the way, you don't just say to him, no, you can't, oh yeah, I can. You say, want to bet? That's what I've heard, Prospector Phil. Never tried it. But that's what I like to do. And when people say something that I know is wrong, I like to sit there and go, would you like to bet? And immediately they go, and you go, how about $1,000? You know? Then they go, maybe not. Oh, I don't know about the warping space time, but certainly warps physicists. We've been running the big mill Argonaut. The idea is to use it essentially exclusively because of the much greater capacity. About the best I've ever been able to get out of my personal little mill here is about 100 pounds an hour. And this thing at a 20 mesh, 100% passing 20 mesh, I was cranking 500 pounds an hour without really pushing anything. So the idea is to use the Stutenroth for this, and hopefully Eva will be able to feed it and service it. Although I want to teach her a lot of the laboratory testing too, so she can be like testing the mill solutions and throwing in the reagents and stuff like that while I do more shoveling. Yeah. Goldstream says warp space time to match my warped mind. Okay, now this is the question, Goldstream. If the warp in space time and the warp of your mind are in phase, does that reinforce? And if they're out of phase, does that cancel? So you have destructive interference and poof, you go no. Inquiring minds want to know. You know? So anyhow, yeah, that's why we're planning on using the Stutenroth. That's why we went to all that trouble. We've got something that should be able to just crank it out. Well, the question is, are you acting like a sissy in his name or not? Oh, bad, blind dude. Is the bucket half full or half empty? Unless it's in a vacuum, it's completely full, David. Yep. Well, somebody else was saying about that Russian cruiser that, sunk or whatever. And I said, it was in the Black Sea. And somebody said, well, technically it's still in the Black Sea. you know? Oh, let's see. Psychosomatic. Well, you should be on it. By the way, the number one symptom of Omicron is a runny nose. Just thought you'd like to know. To some extent, yes. It's kind of a interpermeable now. Before it was impermeable, now it's more permeable. I wonder what the corrosiveness of the Black Sea is. It's mostly fresh, I would think. Well, I'm glad you feel comfortable in his name. Yes, it is a community that we've got here. And that's what we're trying to do here. Ooh, good, Goldstream. If it's a quantum bucket, it can be full and empty at the same time. True.
It is full and empty at the same time. It's not a case of can be. That's a quantum thing, Bear. Don't try to discuss quantum things. You You always get hung up in the macro in the microverse, you know.
I try and avoid the microverse whenever possible. The gold is always at the bottom of the bucket, so I'm a half empty guy. Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense, blind dude. Absolutely. I'll go with that. How do you spell Schrodinger's cat? I think it's a D-I instead of D-E, Goldstream, but I'm not sure.
Dinger apostrophe S.
Yeah, you need an apostrophe and you need to capitalize the S. Now the question is the cat in Schrodinger's cat also capitalized? I would think Schrodinger's cat,
Yes.
you would capitalize both words.
If you are referencing the actual thought experiment, both words are capitalized. If you are merely referring to the cat that existed as a cloud of probabilities in said thought experiment, it is not capitalized.
Oh, it's got an umlaut too? Okay.
Yes, it's got an umlaut over the O thingy. If you mean the double dot widget gizmo, yeah, it's got an umlaut.
Okay, if it's oxygen starved, you're probably not going to see a lot of corrosion then. Preserve shipwrecks, huh? Okay. Well, maybe someday we can determine whether it got hit or not. You know? Yeah, I get really annoyed with all this. Although recently I did find a guy who puts out YouTube videos. Currently, he's wandering about Mariupol doing man on the street interviews, essentially, man or woman on the street. Although a lot of what used to be men and women on the street, he's not able to interview, but the ones that are still on their feet, he can. And it's interesting to see, basically, like, what do you think of Putin and Zelensky and this stuff? That's pretty interesting because it's not like the usual information you're fed from major media and such, you know? They're not hiding it as much. I agree with that in his name. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I'm glad Eva's keeping track of some stuff and I'm keeping track of it. Oh, I see. Well, some kind of cat back there.
A cat in a hat.
Cat in a hat, yeah.
A tinfoil hat.
I don't think Zelensky would work very well, Goldstream, but that's just an opinion based on inadequate information at this time.
Zelensky worked for what?
Run North America.
Well, he used to be a comic, and we do have a comedy show going on in the Albino Mansion at the moment, but I don't know. Hi, guys! Hello, everyone! Your welder's badass, huh? Well, that's cool.
I'll be back in a minute.
I, by the way, in his name, am the tinfoil hat goddess. Hi, blind dude. Hi, everybody. No. I'm telling you that Biden, well, he couldn't be, let me put it this way. Nobody right now, okay? It is the goddess's personal opinion that we could probably have a national lottery and take the names of all garbage truck drivers in the United States and toss them in a hat and pull one out. And we would probably find somebody that had more common sense and reasonable ideas than your average politician from anywhere, you know. Hi. I mean, let's put it that way. So, as to what is going on in the mining world, it's been a fairly interesting week for miners in terms of the stock market because when the prices of the metals were going up, the mining was going down. When the prices of miners were going up, the metals prices were holding steady or being suppressed as per usual. And of course, we still have the Fed playing their various shenanigans. But a report came out that the top 50 mining companies powered through COVID, adding $1 trillion in value, of which we can only hope that some of it lands on us sooner or later. Extreme volatility on metal and mining markets continued into 2022 amid historically low stockpiles of metal on global exchanges. But for most sectors, the risks remain on the upside. Copper prices again entered record territory. Iron ore prices climbed to $150 a ton after dipping to double digits late last year, and industrial metals, including nickel, tin, and zinc, shot up. The Ukraine war lit a fire under an already hot potash market. Coal and uranium benefited from the ongoing worldwide energy crunch. Lithium soared and cobalt bolted. Wow, these guys are doing good today. Gold pierced $2,000 but couldn't hold it, and it pierced $2,000 again today. And palladium hit a record only to pull back sharply. Investors made the most of the turmoil with the mining.com top 50 ranking of the world's most valuable miners jumping by $335 billion in quarter one, extending a trend that has seen valuations balloon nearly 150% since the lows of March to April 2020, from just over $700 billion at the depth of the pandemic slump. The globe's 50 most valuable mining companies now have a combined worth of $1.75 trillion, which coincidentally is about half what the federal government has already collected so far this year in taxes from United States citizens. Just so you know, just thought you'd want to know this. Handily beating the previous record valuations set in mid-2021. The index received a boost from the merger closed in February of constituents Agnico Eagle and Kirkland Lake Gold that created a $30 billion plus company, but valuations moved sharply higher across the board. At the end of quarter one 2020, a valuation of just over $3 billion secured a company a spot in the ranking, while today, number 50 on the list, lithium and iron ore newcomer Mineral Resources, is valued at $8.5 billion. The mid-tier has also been swelling. A year ago, 17 companies enjoyed a market evaluation above $20 billion. Now investors have pushed 30 miners above that mark. Many of the counters, including big names such as Glencore, Anglo American, and Newmont Gold Corp, are also trading close to 52-week highs. The bottom did not fall out for Russia-based miners, and much like the ruble and the Moscow Stock Exchange, the country's top companies have proved resilient. Were it not for the fact that Alrosa dropped out of the top 50 after its valuation slid to $8.2 billion, Russia's combined representation in the ranking would have decreased by only 12%. Norilsk is placed outside the top 10 for the first time, but that's more a function of soaring valuation among its peers. The nickel, palladium, and copper producer only fell 16% in US dollar terms since the start of the year. The dollar market cap of Polyus has in fact climbed in 2022, no doubt boosted by a significance as a ruble hedge on the MCX. The big three, BHP, Rio Tinto, and Vale, dragged down the index last year, losing a combined $56 billion due to a pullback in iron ore prices and a cooling copper market in the latter part of 2021. But the first 3 months of 2022 saw combined gains just shy of $100 billion for the $100 billion market cap club. BHP peaked at a valuation of $206 billion mid-2021 and for a time was worth more than the oil major Shell, making it the most valuable stock on the LSE and marking a symbolic shift in the global resources sector. On the ASX, the world's number one miner is closing in on all-time highs after dropping its dual listing structure. Rio Tinto's US dollar market cap has grown 22% year to date, rebuilding after the reputational damage it suffered last year.
While Vail has come roaring back in 2022, topping 100 billion again after a 46% gain in US dollar terms on the Bovespa. After spending time outside the top 10 not that long ago, Glencore has been thoroughly re-rated and this week regained its 2011 IPO price in London for the first time. Unlike its peers, Glencore has not abandoned coal mining amid a spike in prices. Good for them. And its trading arm is benefiting from sky-high prices for energy. At the same time, Anglo American, which 6 short years ago was in danger of suffocating under a pile of debt, is trading at all-time highs. In January 2016, the market value of the company, with a history of going back more than 100 years on the South African gold and diamond fields, fell to below 5 billion. Now it's above 70 billion. So yeah, mining as a stock market sector and as an industry sector is going into what well might be a golden age if we can get past the regulatory issues that always plague mining. We're all familiar with those, I am sure. In other mining news, 8 workers missing at Travali's Percoa mine in Burkina Faso as flooding suspends operations. Let's hope they find them. Gold hits 5-week price highs as war and inflation continue to boost the safe havens. Las Bambas mine suspends operations following protest, and copper rises despite COVID-19 worries in China. Speaking of Panaland, you may have noticed that we are all talking about the Ukraine and Russia and all that wonderful stuff in Europe, which is absolutely horrible stuff. The entire situation is completely ridiculous. Not that there's ever a non ridiculous war. In the middle of all this, everyone seems to be entirely ignoring Shanghai. And I saw an interesting tweet on this matter because somebody pointed that out on Twitter. Some blue check that actually has half a brain cell said on Twitter, we're all talking about the Ukraine here. When's somebody going to start talking about Shanghai? And the highest retweeted and highest liked reply on that was, well, no one's told anyone to support Shanghai or Taiwan yet. This raises an interesting point. Because for those who have missed the news, which is very easy to miss these days since nobody's talking about it, gee, how bizarre. For those who have missed the news, Shanghai is the world's #1 shipping port, and Shanghai has been in lockdown now for several weeks. 100% lockdown. As a matter of fact, if you happen to go out and about on social media, you will see TikTok videos and other forms of videos that are coming out of Shanghai. They're dribbling out here, there, and everywhere. Of people in Shanghai getting forcibly evicted from their apartment buildings and beaten in the street by people dressed in head to toe white hazmat suits that happen to say police on them. Note the way I phrase that. Just because they say police doesn't mean they are police. I don't know that. They're white suits that cover every single darn thing, and they happen to say police on them. They're beating people in the streets. We've also seen videos out of Shanghai of couriers being the only people running around, pedaling bicycles, trying to juggle hundreds of packages, trying to deliver stuff to people that have been trapped in their apartments for weeks now. There have been a few reports from English speaking people and even some media types that have shown up on independent media that have been stuck in their apartments and have run out of food and have run out of water, and basically they are taking whatever shows up with the couriers during the day. There was also a very disturbing video today, and I don't know whether it was staged, real, or what the heck was going on with it, but there's a whole bunch of little school children. Okay, we're talking like waist high to armpit high school children that are being escorted down the street wearing head to toe white hazmat suits, being escorted by police wearing head to toe white hazmat suits, looking like a bunch of little bleached Oompa Loompas. Do you remember the Oompa Loompas from Willy Wonka? You know, supposedly on their way to school. There is some weird shit going on in Shanghai. And our media, par for the course, has been entirely ignoring the situation. Now, part of the reason they may be entirely ignoring the situation is because at the moment the port of Shanghai has about 500, that's 500 ships waiting to be unloaded. According to sources I have in the logistics world, a lot of fresh food and frozen food shipments into Shanghai, like food for people, are being delayed at the moment or can't be booked because there's no guarantee that food is going to get off those ships before it rots. And the car manufacturers are already sounding the alarm on the fact that there may be no car parts, no car chips, no cars for quite a while if this lockdown doesn't stop real darn soon because, well, it's kind of tough to build things if everybody is trapped in their apartments. And there is some interesting stuff coming out on what passes for media in China that I ran into the other day, by way of Japanese media, by the way. So take that with a grain of salt because the Japanese media has a tendency to be a little bit hyperbolic when it comes to what they say about the Chinese media. But it's looking like some other parts of China may be getting closed down. And well, they've been hoarding food and they're buying all the food they can find at any price. Money is no object. And Pandaland's stock markets and real estate markets have been getting a little sketchy lately because a whole lot of stuff they used to trade is coincidentally not trading at the moment. They seem to be having a stock market holiday or a bank holiday or both. It's every day's a holiday in Pandaland right now. But apparently, none of that is important. And apparently, it's not important that China is conducting war games off the coast of Taiwan, while American lawmakers are coincidentally visiting Taiwan. And they've been rattling their sabers and making all kinds of statements about how anyone being interested in the independence of Taiwan is making them a little bit annoyed. I will say that the tinfoil hat community at large on the internet is wondering how many of these shutdowns in China and how much of this zero COVID policy stuff in China is designed to do damage to the world economy. How much is designed to get the Chinese people to behave themselves and to make some adjustments to the standard of living before their markets implode entirely. One never knows. But I will say that the tinfoil hat community, at least, is still paying attention to places other than Europe and Ukraine. And, that is nice because otherwise we may get blindsided when something weird happens elsewhere and because the media didn't even bother to mention the possibility. People are going to be like, oh, what's that? This is one of the problems with stuff getting memory hold. And a lot of things are getting memory hold lately. Like, I believe there was a mall shooting that's already getting memory hold. And there was.
Didn't he get turned loose?
Yeah, he did with a $25,000 bond and an ankle bracelet. Oh, and there was a subway shooting in New York that's kind of sort of gotten memory hold as well. No idea why. Totally clueless. I mean, we all know that these things, are happening. Meanwhile, in this week's action-packed and positively hilarious episode of Malarkey Come On Man, we saw Lord Malarkey at the Albino McMansion at the annual front. Oh, it was so beautiful. The footage was so carefully shot so you couldn't see all the fences that are still up around the Albino McMansion or other parts of DC, including, for some bizarre reason, the Treasury Building and the Federal Reserve. No idea why. Oh, the children were so adorable. The eggs were so adorable. And the Easter Bunny reacted with great presence of mind when he ran interference and cut off Lord Malarkey answering questions to the media and straying into discussions about Afghanistan and Pakistan during an Easter egg roll. I must admit, I found it very, very amusing, and I was wondering whether the dude inside the Easter Bunny suit was Secret Service or FBI or NSA or CIA.
Misogynist, it could have been a woman.
Oh, well, it could have been a woman too, but regardless, I'm just wondering which alphabet agency had the person in the suit listening with those big, big ears to make sure that Lord Malarkey didn't do anything too ridiculous and humiliating. Though, I don't think that this episode of Come On Man is going to get nearly the ratings that him shaking hands with a ghost did. That was just hilarious. Come on, man. You just got to love it. We got us a lion, dog faced pony soldier there, and all is well with the world. No idea how bad it's going to get from here. But we can say that the inflation problem goes much deeper than Biden. This is indeed true. You can go back to 1913 for that. Actually, you can go back to the treasonous actions of 1873 if you really want to do a deep historical dive. Look up 1873. Then look up 1913 to 1916. Then look up the FDR years, and then get to Nixon with his temporary uncoupling of fiat from gold. The inflation problem goes much deeper than Biden. Joe Biden has committed more than his share of mistakes and missteps during the first 15 months of his administration. Wow. That is a British level of understatement right there. Seems like it's been so much longer than 15 months. Some, including a new federal spending spree, combined with decisions to limit U.S. oil production and to weaponize the U.S. dollar against Russia, are contributing to the surge in price inflation. These rising prices are great political fodder for his opponents who want to see Democrats get pounded in this year's midterm elections. Biden and his handlers certainly deserve some blame. However, today's price inflation has more to do with the policies rammed through during Biden's decade serving in the U.S. Senate than his first year as president. There are others who cannot be allowed to avoid scrutiny and blame. Biden is just one of hundreds of feckless and irresponsible politicians who spent the last 50 years undermining U.S. currency. Absolutely. Decades of unrestrained federal borrowing and spending and policies which hollowed out the U.S. economy have left the Federal Reserve note vulnerable to rapid depreciation. Tell me about it. While Congress is certainly a key player, the Federal Reserve is the organization most responsible for the predicament we're in today. The banking cartel has been the great enabler for the reckless Congress, acting as the buyer of last resort for vast quantities of Treasury debt. Fed officials must also be held accountable for engineering an over-financialized U.S. economy, which is hopelessly addicted to easy money and ultra-low interest rates. The Fed is the manufacturing powerhouse which made the dollars into the United States' leading export. Yes, decades of feckless monetary policy have consequences. Oh, they do. The Fed is now in an impossible predicament. Central bankers there have one tool, and it isn't going to work. They can stimulate and throw gasoline on the raging inflation bonfire, or they can tighten and crush the stock market and wreck the federal budget. The chickens are coming home to roost now. Well, technically, the chickens are being killed by the millions due to Asian bird flu, which, by the way, is going to be a persistent bird flu. So just be advised you might want to buy more eggs. Just so you know. It is vital for Americans to understand that these central planners played the leading role in the end of the dollar's hegemony. If the Fed dodges blame, officials there will be trotting out the next disaster for Americans, a central bank digital currency. Sure, it's perfectly valid to blame Biden for rising prices of late. He's as responsible as anyone. But the socialists and globalists in the Mariner Eccles building should be held accountable as well. Unfortunately, very few Republicans or Democrats are interested in fundamentally reforming the Fed. Well, gee, maybe the kleptocrats are not interested in reforming the Fed because the kleptocrats make so much dang money due to the Fed. They like the Fed, okay? They like the Fed because real money, i.e., gold, silver, constitutional coinage, comes with real rules attached. And it's a whole lot harder to play fast and loose games with it. So naturally, they don't want real money. It's a lot harder to steal real money, okay? Speaking of stuff, I am still trying to get to the bottom of this, but apparently the largest rail line in the country, CR something or other. Well, anyway, this railroad company randomly decided, for some unaccountable reason that they claim has something to do with some regulation or other somewhere, that they were going to sharply curtail the few fertilizer shipments to the interior of the United States just in time for spring planting season. Gee, that seems to be a short-sighted and fairly ridiculous move there. But, I mean, it's not like we really need the crops. Well, other than that corn, that since Lord Malarkey has decreed that gasoline prices will fall if we increase the amount of ethanol in our gasoline from 10% to 15%. Immediately, several auto manufacturers came out and said, well, we're going to have to modify our warranty here because if we go to 15% or higher ethanol, we can't warranty the engines for the consequences of this. Now, bear in mind that corn is by far one of the most fertilizer intensive crops we have. It's also a real soil killer, by the way. And already upwards of 30% of the corn that is grown in America never goes into American bellies. It goes into American gas tanks as ethanol. Other parts of it go to animal silage, which is a good thing. Animals do need silage if they're not being range fed. And another good part of it does go into American stomachs as high fructose corn syrup, which, by the way, will give you fatty liver, And just so you know, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease in healthy weight adults is now at near endemic proportions. Type 2 diabetes in healthy adults and in pre-adolescent and adolescent healthy weight children is now above epidemic proportions. Coincidentally, this disturbing trend started about the time that high fructose corn syrup and a few other things started making it into over 75% of the line items in your supermarket. So you might consider reading the ingredients on your food because we already know that we're going to have a very unpleasant spike in the cost of food. Not much can be done about that, though, contrary to Lord Malarkey's pronouncements, if you look at the actual inflation charts, the part that you might possibly be able to pin on Mod Vlad, the invader, is actually only about 10% or less. The rest has been all before him, so, we have to take that notice about Putin's price hikes with a very large grain of salt. But prices are going to go up. So if you're not already shopping local, you might want to start looking around for your local farms and your local supply chain because the big supply chain isn't working very well. It's not working very well at all. And unless we get our
Awesome.
small supply chains working again, we're going to have some real problems coming up. I mean, that's
Walmart report.
Walmart. Yeah, those people. Very interesting to note that we're still out of ramen noodles. Done and been out of ramen noodles. And we're still out of
Pasta.
pasta of all kinds. And we're still out of half of the yogurt. And we're still out of motor oil. There isn't much motor oil around. By the way, we're still out of spark plugs at the local auto zone, at least the kind that fit in our truck. So, they just these little things that keep disappearing. And premiums on precious metals are through the freaking roof everywhere. Delivery times on precious metals from websites online are through the roof everywhere. People are waiting weeks to months to get their stuff. And as we saw today, gold flirted momentarily with staying above that magic 2000 and came back down because that's the way gold goes. Silver closed at 25 and 84 cents after it, went up a little bit and came down a little bit again. There is no reason in the world why the metals are not going up right now, because metals have always historically been a haven in times like this. But for whatever reason, they're not. So I suggest that at this point, we all consider it a wonderful sale, except for those amazing premiums that we're all paying now, and do some stacking, because it's not going to stay down forever. And when it breaks out, it's going to break out quite interestingly. It should also be noted that lately the Kitco video channel has been getting a little weird. They're spending a whole lot more time talking about this crypto stuff. And a couple of the bullion companies are beginning to kind of float the idea that maybe they're going to put out some precious metal-backed cryptos. I wouldn't fall for that if I were you. I really wouldn't. We're going to do some more digging in that. But anyway, bye-bye.
Oh my goodness. She always ends so suddenly.
Yeah, I do that on purpose to catch you off guard.
David Villa, who thinks you're always fabulous. I think he's biased.
And by the way, if anybody wants me to look into anything, send him an email.
Gulfstream and Argonaut. Said thank you, good job, etc. Yeah, the only thing I know for sure about Ukraine is we're being lied to. I don't know exactly what the real situation is.
Lying to us. The ones that aren't lying are memory holing shit.
But it's pretty bizarre. Somebody did come up with an interesting theory on the Moskva, irrespective of how it got damaged in the first place. It was being towed back to Sevastopol. He said the thing was 40 years old, poorly maintained, out of date, and they're already building its replacement. I think they just scuttled it because they didn't want to take up the shipyard space. They don't have a lot of shipyards in the Black Sea because a lot of them were in Ukraine. So that made a lot of sense to me. I mean, how many times have you got in a car in a wreck and it's like, just total it out. Goldstream, it could also be in another location entirely. Did you just get here, Tricky Diggy? Good morning. Good evening here. It's
Hi, Tricky. Give your kids a hug and a kiss for me.
It's 7:50 here, local time. Also tricky, the chloride leach that you're using, be aware gold chloride tends to be highly volatile. And a guy I talked to recently who used to do gold refining, he's currently retired, said that when they were dealing with gold chloride to minimize the losses, they would put the process under a vacuum and bubble the gas through sodium hydroxide to precipitate any gold chloride that was coming out, turn it to gold hydroxide. Yep. Yep. I believe those are nuclear capable bombers. But yeah, they've been bombing that Azovstad steelworks there, which is the last spot of resistance in Mariupol, and so they asked him, I think yesterday, to surrender or else. So I think they're just going to blow the crap out of them and say, okay. I don't know. It's a very, very strange situation. I say all I can tell is I'm being lied to by our side. I don't know about the Russian side. Don't have enough information. And as I say, somebody who's pretty smart said if the Russians weren't putting out propaganda, they're stupid. So I don't know where reality is in this situation. I'll just suspend my belief at the moment and wait for history to sort it out. The problem is things don't seem to be de-escalating, and it seems like a very dangerous situation. Um, the Ukrainians supply a lot of wheat, and they're obviously not in any situation to plant right now. Both the Russians and the Ukrainians provide a lot of fertilizer, and they're not doing that, either one of them right now. Although the Russians have said they will sell food to their friends. I don't think we're their friends right now. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of as, say, teenage girls in high school.
And bear in mind that 85% of our chemical fertilizer and chemical feedstock is imported, and nobody that exports it is exporting this year.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're selling a lot of our liquid natural gas that we could be using to make fertilizer to other countries because the price is so high right now.
Yeah, it's a total cluster, So it's hard to tell where it's going to end, but nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. I believe the potassium and the phosphorus are mined, and the nitrogen is extracted from the air using natural gas via the Haber process, if I remember my chemistry 40-some years ago. But yeah, it's a real mess. And recently, China's been talking tough about Taiwan, which would throw a wrench in the other gearbox in the drivetrain. So yeah, not sure if Canada's got potash or not.
Well, I do know that Quebec is talking about ceasing oil and gas operations entirely within the province.
Who? Where?
Quebec.
Quebec? Quebec's not a major producer, I don't think. But anyhow, as I say, things are just getting screwed up even more. So, evaluate your personal situation, take your personal precautions. Oh, I'm getting really there. And best you can. I know I was at a store, I think it was yesterday, might have been the day before. I've heard something similar to that too, Tricky. But somebody locally was talking to somebody else locally and was saying that they've been looking on the internet and there was not one single house for sale in the Helena area. Not one. And Lauren says he gets regular offers to buy his property. I think he said 2 or 3 a week, but I'm not sure. I said, fine, 20 million and it's yours, you know. He says, no, they want fair market price. And it's like, screw that crap. You know, it's like the fair market price of silver right now. It seems to be substantially above the official market price. So anyhow, I think in the long run it'll be good for the precious metals. We shall see how that. I I have heard something similar to that, Goldstein. There's also some mineral resources, iron and steel production, some manufacturing. There's a lot of things that are made in Ukraine, and a lot of natural resources, I believe. We shall see how this all shakes out. I'm just getting really tired of the West fighting the Russians to the last Ukrainian. Um, it's really hard on the people of Ukraine, um, and I find it unconscionable that we're not working hard to find a negotiated solution that everyone can live with in the long run. But you know, such is life. In the
Oh, and it
meantime,
should be noted today was income tax day.
US says today was income tax day. Um, but as I say, in terms of the precious metals mining, I think in the long run it'll be good for the price. I think for the dollar in the long run, and not too long, it's the U.S. dollar is going to start really collapsing, um, because some people seem to think that you can piss off half the world when you're deeply in debt and it's not going to cause any consequences. Um, I disagree with that philosophy. you know, so we shall see how it all turns out. But I don't see things getting more stable for a while, and it's still going to have to go down some before it can even possibly turn around at this point. When you're in a plane that's diving, you can't just level off instantly. Even if you start doing what it takes to pull out, it takes time. And I think currently we're diving. So even if by some miracle the people flying the damn plane decided to do the right things, which up till now they've shown an amazing ability not to do, in my opinion, it would still go down a while before it came up. And that completely ignores the possibility of other stuff like war in the Middle East, war over Taiwan, things like that, throwing further hand grenades into the punch bowl, so to speak. Yeah, this is I've never seen anything like this. Even the Cold War was more predictable than this, in my opinion, and I've lived through both. Well, I've lived through one, and I'm in the middle of another. So be aware or be square. Uh, the This is one reason why this fall we invested in enough Eco Goldex and enough resin to meet our target um, objectives for this season. Although we could exceed those objectives, we might not meet them either, but there's a fair amount of cushion in there. One thing we don't want to be doing is in the middle of a good run and then wind up short of a critical material or whatever. So we've spent some time, look at your life, look at your operations, look the things that are important to you, be it medicines, be it like in our case, critical um, uh, substances we need.
Food.
In your family, you got food, fuel, oil, parts, things like that. Look around, see what is critical, and make sure you have enough to get through a crisis if you can afford it. and if it's not perishable. In our case, for example, we make sure that the food that we buy in bulk is not perishable by the time we're done with it. For example, this pork was purchased for less than $2 a pound. And then there's some vegetables. There's some bell pepper and some onion in there, and some stock, some seasoning. And apparently Miner Jim has showed up. So if anyone has a question for Miner Jim, now's the time. So this can will provide all the meat that Eva and I need for one day. Eva can pretty much eat about half or a little bit more than half of this as her almost entire calories. And I can use the rest to flavor and supplement things like lentils, beans, stuff like that. So that, I have more ability to survive in terms of what I can eat than Eva does. So because of that, we've had to make sure there's plenty of this on hand. We have pork, we have beef,
chicken,
turkey. Again, we have a variety.
Venison.
And wild pork might be different than raised pork, but I say when you're hungry and you need calories, whatever will work. Main thing is cheap. So that's like chicken, beef, stuff like that. Whatever you need for your family, take a look at things there and make sure. It could be Roberts. I'm not sure. I don't think we have much in the way of wild pigs here, Jim. I know some places like Texas they do. Oh, that's who it was. That's right. Chris needed to chat with you, Jim. So that's what it was. I knew somebody wanted to talk to Jim about something. Tom, better to be 15 years too early than 1 minute too late. So anyhow, the problem with those, Jim, although they're perfectly good, is that there's too many people for them to last very long, if that was what people were depending on here. Now, here, they're perfectly plausible as a supplement to the other biomass. Where I used to come from down there in Tucson, it just cracked me up when people would say, yeah, if the shit hits the fan, I'm just going to go out there and shoot me a deer. And it's like, yeah, you and a million other people.
Not to mention the deer in Arizona, which sucks rocks, by the way, are maybe the size of Great Danes.
Yeah, the Coues whitetail, yeah, about the size of a Great Dane,
When you can find them.
Yeah, they're not that big. A good strong guy can pack a field dressed one out on his back. But it was just hilarious to, Tucson was 1 million people in the middle of a desert. And I don't know, there was maybe 10, 20,000 deer within 50, 75 miles. And it's, yeah, that's going to get cleared out in the first week. What are you going to do then? Up here, it's there's a lot more wild biomass available per human than down there. There's also a lot of grass up here and a lot of cows.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot more agricultural infrastructure in general.
yeah, there's a lot of wheat up there by, well, a lot of places in Montana have a lot of wheat too. Arizona Prepper says, Arizona is fine. I will fight her. I'll be gentle. Yeah, Tom?
Oh,
6 months after the shit hits the fan, we'll discuss it.
The macho taco thinks he's going to fight me, huh? Oh, dude, you know I fight dirty.
Yeah.
And yeah, Arizona sucks.
And you have to sleep sometime.
Exactly. You got to sleep sometime. Arizona sucks rocks. Arizona sucks rocks.
But anyhow, I'll say everyone's got to look at their situation. If you lived in Iowa, it would be different than if you lived in Seattle. Yep. First, we have to wait for the access to open up into that area, which is 15th of May.
And then we got to check all our claim states and start the mining records for the year.
Jeff says, Eva for tourism director of Arizona. But anyhow, so we will be getting to that as soon as we can. Right now, the focus is getting on the milling operations up and running smoothly and debugged. And then we will be getting out to the to Montana B, assessing the situation after the winter, and starting that up again. Shouldn't be difficult. When I left it, there wasn't much there that could be harmed unless somebody has broken in over the winter and stolen stuff. It should be pretty easy. Ah, good, Billy. What's the estimated grade of that? Well, there's two different ways of dealing with rock over your head you don't trust. The safest is pretty much bring it down and throw it away. Okay. Any method of catching rock up relies on certain things happening. Whereas once gravity has done its thing, it can no longer harm you. So one of the very first things you do is, when plausible, is bar down anything loose. You know, at a safe distance, you use a long bar, or from above it while you're on a rope, whatever. But by bringing it down first and then getting it out of your way, it's no longer a potential hazard. Anything where you're supporting it or catching it up, if the support fails, life can get unpleasant. That's reasonable criterion, Roberts, but it also depends on the width of the material, the ground conditions and orientation, and the ease of extraction from the rock. My general rule of thumb is 1 foot wide, 1 ounce to the ton should be profitable, unless there's an unusually difficult challenge to overcome. 2 foot wide at ½ ounce to the ton should be profitable, unless there's an unusually difficult thing. Once you get down to less than ½ an ounce to the ton, again, the greater the width and the more investment you're able to make. I mean, a lot of mining companies make really good money underground at, 1/10 of an ounce, 0.15, stuff like that. But they got to move a lot of tonnage. So these things are all interrelated. But for a micro scale miner, if it's more than 1 ounce to the ton, more than 1 foot wide, without any extraordinary complications, you would normally be able to make money at that. Okay. So, and did I make sense, Billy? say, and looking at your situation, and don't necessarily be too afraid of knocking down a fair amount of material. The quartz can look spongy for a variety of reasons. Is it broken up and more like sugar quartz? The if it's got a bunch of holes in it, especially if it's stained red or the holes kind of square, like little cubes and stuff, that would be what's known as boxworks. That makes perfect sense because you've had sulfides in there that have oxidized out. You can have what they call sugar quartz. Generally, I believe it's caused by movement, just literally grinding it a bit. I'm not allowed to say specifically, Roberts, but you can assume that it lies within the criteria that I have um, laid out just a few minutes ago. Okay. But I am not, it's not my property. I'm not at liberty to disclose certain information. But as I say, it's within those parameters. And that's why quite often you see me give percent recoveries, but you don't know what the grade was. That's one of the reasons. Again, it's a matter of confidentiality. And as a general rule, never say anything that you don't want everyone on the planet to know, especially if you're doing it on a YouTube live stream. But I say those are kind of the parameters, and we're not wildly above those parameters. Let me say that. I wish we were, because there are some places here where you get hundreds of ounces per ton of gold. They're rare. They're pockets of high grade, but they do exist around here. They have been found in the past, and as such, it would be nice to run into one. We're not currently in a situation like that. It would be nice.
It would depend on whether we got a bonus.
So I say that's basically what it is with the sugar cube consistently. That will usually be pretty easy to mine, Billy, but ground control may be an issue. So you want to be careful on that. And as a general rule, if you're not highly experienced with rock, be very cautious. When in doubt, shore it up or
more ground control.
Bar it down. Sure, Billy. And knocking it down is, again, can you just throw it off the dump? An ordinary person can move a lot of material in a wheelbarrow in a day if you don't have to break it up. Yeah, tricky. Another thing for those inexperienced with underground work is something called the cellulose composite ground movement detector. This is known as a wood wedge. If you have a crack overhead or something, stick a wedge in it, not tight. Don't pound it in. Just stick a wedge in there so that it'll stay there. And if the crack opens any, it will fall. And when you're working, if the wedge falls, just get out of the way. It may just be from vibration or it dried out over time. There's a lot of things that it can be, but move first, check second. Okay. But there's been a couple situations where I've done that, where I was having to shore something up or whatever, and I really wasn't too sure it was going to stay there until I got the ground control underneath it. And by putting a couple wedges, tap tap, tap tap, they'll fall if it starts to loosen. Argonaut, I am not certain on that. I would imagine some of the chemical consumption would probably go up, especially if you're dealing with sulfides, you're going to be dealing with an acidic ore, and this has a basic solution, so your lime consumption would probably go up. If the sulfides were the gold containing minerals, then you could theoretically concentrate the sulfides fairly readily. I mean, that technology is pretty off the shelf, either gravity or flotation, and then deal with it. Now, one thing that is relatively easy to do with sulfides in many cases is simply find a refiner who will buy them. I was looking at a situation where I think it was Republic Metals of Reno, Nevada, said they would process our material for about $850 a ton for our cons. And our cons were running 5 to 8 ounces per ton gold. So let's see. 5 ounces times 1,800. Okay, that'd be $9,000 a ton. So basically, they would charge us less. Well, it's probably a little more now, but let's say about 10% of our entrained gold to do all the expensive, nasty, difficult, hazardous stuff, you know? And yes, Billy, that's also another one. You can put a culvert in there, and they also make culverts that come in sections. So you can haul up individual sections and bolt them together. I've got a video from a couple years ago where we had a 20-foot section, a 6-foot culvert that we stuffed into a very nasty mine opening. That thing was just coming down, and yeah, it's a mess. It was a mess. That's a possibility, Billy. The question you've got is, what is the concentration of gold, and exactly where is it in the minerals? Maybe you could, Billy. If you send me some photographs and allow me to show it to other people, I can have it on one computer and hold it in front of the monitor so other people could see too. But yeah, I did a video. It was about 3 years ago now, I think, where I was up in Oregon, and the gentleman had a mine. Oregon, of course, has a lot of rain. This is kind of coastal Oregon, and so the ground sucked, and there was a lot of water, and it was just a real pain in the butt. So a 6-foot diameter culvert, 20 feet long, shoved into the entrance, did a fantabulous job of stabilizing the situation and protecting us going in and out. So, yeah, culverts work really well if it's practical to get them there. But you just be careful. And if you don't know what you're doing, and if you feel uncomfortable, see if you can get someone who does know what they're doing to help you, at least for that operation. True, Jeff, but once you get it stuffed in there, you backfill. In this case, the backfilling was kind of automatic. It did not stay unstuck in the opening for very long at all. Yeah, it was some nasty, decaying, falling, almost soil rock. Yeah, it was bad. Say, culvert worked really good for that situation because of that, because all the stuff as it just kind of caves down on top, just backfilled and everything, and it stuck out far enough you could, you know, get into it safely. It was pretty good for that solution. But you do need to do a lot of sampling if you can first before you get too far into the project. You need to make sure you have a legal mining claim, and you have to sample it to find out how much gold, and that's not just the grade, but what's the width and how many samples every so many feet, How wide is the area you're sampling? These sort of things to find out how much gold is in the rock, what the concentration is, where the gold is in the rock. For example, you mentioned some sulfides and stuff. Is it in the sulfides or on the surface of the sulfides? It can be either. If it's on the surface of the sulfides, leaching would probably work just fine. If it's in the sulfides, life gets more complicated. But these are the sort of things that there is no rule of thumb. It can do a million things. It's like there's a car on the road. What kind of car? Oh, there's a lot of different kind of car on the road. You know. So let's say you just have to look at each one. Actually, that's a pretty good analogy. You know, how do you start the car? Well, there's some general things, but now they got fobs, they got this, they got that. Lots of different ways just to start in the car. And then you got windshield wipers, turn signals. You know, how do you change gears, all this other stuff. To operate the car is radically different from one car to another. Sometimes it's pretty easy to make the transition. Other times, you know, if you go from a Kia to a Ferrari, big difference, you know. And if you go from a Kia to a semi truck, even bigger difference in many ways. So it's the character of the ore and the mineral deposit is really critical with all this stuff. That's why you can't really say this is how you do it. Anyone who tells you this is how you get your gold out of the rock without thoroughly analyzing the situation is lying to you. Okay? They're trying to deceive you. They do have some small core drills. Absolutely. I forget the name of the something or other backpack drill. And yeah, that sounds about like what they were capable of. Yeah, you want to take it out to where, you know, it's not just right at the edge of the slide. And that's what we did. Shaw, that's right. Yep. And they do work, but you have to be able to collar the drill, the hole. In other words, you're not going to be able to dig through dirt with a core drill. The hole's going to start falling in and stuff. You need to be able to get to good rock, or you need to dig a larger hole, put a piece of pipe in there until the pipe is seated in good hard rock, and then you can really start your coring. Okay. But, you know, drilling through rock is a lot simpler than drilling through dirt in many ways. It's a lot easier to drill through dirt in terms of effort, but it can get kind of complicated. And that's when you get something called casing. When I was doing drilling out at ChemGold, we had I think it was a 5-foot casing, 4-inch diameter steel casing, and a 10-foot diameter casing. And it had a ring bit on it. And an adapter. So we had what they called an air track drill. It's a percussion drill that blows air to flush the chips back out the hole. And you drive your casing in until you were seated in good solid rock, and then take off the adapter and everything and put a dust collector box on it. And then with much smaller drill steel and bits, start drilling your hole. Yeah, I'd say as long as you can get a good collar on your hole, that you can go a fair distance as long as things don't go awry. For example, if you wind up in a soft formation, you can easily get your drill stuck. And now you've got a drill bit and a whole drill string stuck in the ground. And, there's ways of getting some of it back, but quite a, it can happen where you lose a lot of expensive stuff down the hole. Well, Tricky, you're dealing in an area that's really wet, and so you're almost always pushing a lot of water back up out of the hole. In the desert, a lot of it just really dry. Mini sledgehammer and a pick. Try just a cold chisel, a long cold chisel. That can often do a lot better than a pick. Okay, a 2-pound hammer and a cold chisel, and work. Put it in the cracks and pry it open. Yep. That's my usual hand sampling tool. But yeah, 50 pounds, hard work. If you can get a vehicle to it, then you can use an electric demolition hammer and a generator. If you can't get a vehicle to it, holding a generator sucks. They also make gasoline-powered portable impact drills, but you have to have good ventilation. Okay, they're mainly like for surface stuff. For example, if you were popping some boulders or something like that in a construction site, might make a lot of sense. But yeah, you never ever use any gasoline, anything underground. The carbon monoxide will build up fast and kill you. Yeah, it's some bad juju. We once used a generator underground, a gas generator. And we had a lot of air moving in a known direction, and then we piped the exhaust out. You know, and also in a case like that, it wouldn't hurt to have a carbon monoxide meter too. Yeah, we had some interesting things we dealt with at times, but you have to be very careful because you only get dead once, and that kind of messes up the whole project. Yeah, Jim, it can be work at times. I know it sucks, but that's life in the real world.
How is Jim?
I don't know. He's talking fine here, so I presume he's fine. So I presume Jim is doing just fine. I say he wasn't sick or anything. He just had other things to do tonight that he couldn't really rearrange. Uh,
Well,
any other questions, Billy? Go way back in my stuff to taking representative samples, and that'll give you a good idea how to take the samples to have them tested and see how much gold you've got. Because if you don't have enough gold to make it pay, you can save a lot of effort. And that's usually the case. Roberts, I do not on this ore, the Montana B project that I'm working. You didn't specify. I presume you were asking me, but you might have been asking someone else. If you were, ask them. A shaker table is completely unsuitable for this ore. The gold is so incredibly fine that it will not settle out. Why do people mix lye with flux? Well, let's get out the book here. Borax glass, flour, sugar, potassium nitrate, silver, red lead, hematite, lime, fluorspar. I know it was here somewhere. Cryolite. alumina. Potassium cyanide, that's an odd one, but yeah. Okay, it'll be here. I don't know if it's going to be under lye or sodium hydroxide. Litharge. Might have been under potassium hydroxide too. Let's see. Potassium carbonate, cyanide, nitrate. No. Sodium. Chris has probably already answered it. But I've got my eyeballs full here. Sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate. I don't know why. Still there, Chris? Helps dissolve the body faster. Yeah.
That would probably work, yeah.
I forget exactly what the lye is for. It's the hydroxide, I believe. I think it may do the same thing as the lime, which is calcium hydroxide. Let's see. Let me try the lime. I think there's another way of getting hydroxide in there. Gosh darn it. Borates of lead, alkalis. The borates of lead and the alkalis are more viscous than the corresponding silicates. Sodium bicarbonate. Sodium carbonate, which would be limestone. Powerful basic flux and by far the cheapest one available for assay purposes. Owing to the ease with which alkaline sulfides and sulfates are formed, it will also act to some extent as a desulfurizing and oxidizing agent. Pure anhydrous melts when sodium carbonate is heated. Potassium carbonate. Not sure. Fluxing is complicated. What book was I in just now? A textbook of fire assaying by Edward Bugbee. There you go. And we are at 2 hours and 38 minutes into the program. If you want to come back and get this one, and redo it.
Excellent book.
I forget what the cost was. I think it was in the neighborhood of $25. It wasn't terribly expensive, but it's very, very useful. No, lye is not usually what you put in the business end of an outhouse. That would be lime. Robert says it can also be used to help keep things from sticking to the crucible. Self-taught and industry taught. I worked in open pit heap leaching heap leach gold mining for 10 years and underground uranium mining for a year and a half, and then self-taught since then in terms of micro-scale hard rock gold mining. I have no degrees. I have no letters after my name. My mother was quite disappointed about that, but oh well. Such is life. I'm having a good time. My dad died when I was 2 years old at the age of 48. I'm 65 and still having a good time.
66.
66. See?
You're at it again. Well,
So
I got
fast,
your
I
age.
can't even keep track. And say he had at least one PhD and was very well thought of in the industry and stuff, but he's dead. I'm not. No prospector, Phil, but as my mom used to call it, it's the union card. All the people who have degrees don't want people who didn't get degrees to have a chance to compete with them. So I agree. A degree after your name does not indicate that you know what the hell you're talking about. Matter of fact, I have a saying, why does it take 4 years to become a mining engineer? Because it takes you that long to get your head shoved that far up your ass. Okay. I would say of the people that I've seen, I have a relatively small sample. About 1 out of 3 mining engineers coming out of college really becomes good. The other 2 are so dazzled by the letters after their name, they don't realize they just got the basic course. You know, basically they've just graduated elementary school and now it's time to get serious. And reality is so much more complicated than can be put in a textbook that they don't understand that what they were taught were just basic principles, not necessarily how to apply it to reality effectively. I know a guy, I mean, he was running a mine. And he told my brother one time, never keep your job for more than a year and a half, because that way your mistakes don't have time to catch up with you. Well, what kind of an attitude is that? The attitude is someone who knows they're not good. If they were good, they wouldn't worry about mistakes catching up because they wouldn't be there. There, Lauren just answered your question about lye there. Helps reduce the acid from acid oxidation of sulfide ores. I disagree a little bit, Jim. To be a good engineer, there's a certain amount of genetics and attitude involved, but you have to get educated both academically and in reality and learn the lessons well from both. And that's where a lot of people, you know, they can't get that balance, because a mining engineer, to be a mining engineer, you got to do math, you got to do a lot of stuff that requires education. On the other hand, you also have to be able to go out in reality and apply that, and that's where life can suck. It's like doctors, you know, the human body is complex. A doctor can learn basically how this is supposed to work, how that's supposed to work, or whatever, and then somebody shows up that doesn't work that way. A good doctor can say, okay, you don't fit the general rule. How can I understand how your body works and how can I improve it? Bad doctor will just, you know, punch in the formula and screw you up worse. Absolutely. Easy, you misspelled it. It's Loren, not Lauren. Male, not female. Kind of an unusual spelling. Don't know why it's that way, but that's the way it is. He's definitely male.
Actually, that's a common spelling for Lauren.
For a male?
Yes.
Really? I don't know. I don't recall ever hearing of a Lauren that wasn't a female before this. There's Lorne, Lorne. I've seen that several times, Lauren Green and like that. I don't think it was a woman. Let's see. Edward E. Bugby. Edward seems unusual for a female name.
Yeah.
Okay, Laura. Cool. But yeah, I say it's complicated in text.
Lauren is a common female spelling for Lauren.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. Apparently, Easy Lawlin is a Laura. I had an ex-wife named Laura. I think she's still alive. I won't hold it against you, Easy. uh, uh, uh. Anyhow, so yeah, Lauren also has an education from being in the mining industry. He's also done a lot of other things, and I think primarily he's kind of self-taught on the gold chemistry, but he also had done some work in a lab. And Ezekiel, that's the standard standard spelling. Is that wasn't Ezekiel that was here first? I don't believe, because that was a Spanish spelling. I think it was Quiel or something like that. But yeah, interesting. 2 Ezekiels tonight.
Nice biblical name.
How was my oatmeal this morning? We don't do oatmeal in this house. It's got too many carbs.
He doesn't eat oatmeal.
You want to see something funny, though? I'll show you what Eva had for breakfast yesterday.
Yeah, we got good breakfast.
Let them guess.
Y'all are not going to believe this.
Now, only those people who haven't heard the story. Let's see. Ooh, that's kind of bright. How's that? There you go. These are the eggs Eva was eating yesterday, and she still got 2 left. Okay.
Anybody guessing here?
So it's the same Ezekiel. So anyhow, here's the guess. Nope, not duck eggs, blind dude. But they're definitely not regular hen eggs. Y'all eating dinosaurs? No, although I imagine if Eva could get a dinosaur egg, she'd be happy to give it a try.
I want an ostrich egg.
Yes, easy. You are correct. Turkey eggs. We know somebody here who has a property, actually kind of in the general area of Lauren, and they've got chickens and some turkeys, and so Eva got fresh turkey eggs. Okay, she also got some fresh hen eggs too. She loves fresh eggs. I'm a barbarian. I can't tell the difference. But she says there's a substantial difference. You can see the difference. The yolks are a lot darker, orange. Blind dude says, my son made brownies with a duck egg, and man, were they good.
Absolutely. Duck eggs are good.
Eva agrees. Duck eggs are great.
He's hopeless. He don't know from nothing about real eggs.
Well, I don't know. I could probably try and snatch some goose eggs from around here, but I might get my ass whooped by a couple geese.
Yeah, you get your butt whipped. Trust me.
Maybe. Or maybe if I take a slender, sharply edged weapon, I could get some geese too. I wonder if you could do that, little one. If geese had a nest and you had a hunting license for geese, could you approach the nest and then when the geese attacked you, just kill them?
Probably not, Bear.
Why not?
I think it's along the lines of the same reason that you can't dynamite fish and stuff.
I don't know.
It's not considered sporting.
Little one, come here. Tricky wants you to say hi to the kids.
Ooh.
Uena, April, Mavis, Alice, and George.
Hi, kids.
Names.
Hello, Uena, April, Mavis, Alice, and George. Hi.
Give them lots of hugs and kisses.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was. Eva says, yeah, geese are mean. And
They'll break your arm.
she says they can break your arm and stuff. And have Eva video you stealing a goose eggs. Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, I'm not afraid of a goose, but I'm afraid against going up against one of them, barehanded.
You'd be going up against two and perhaps more if
Yeah.
you get near the nesting area.
Yeah. Lauren, easy. Lauren is just lording it over me because recently I became half the man I used to be due to a medical malfunction here. And Tricky says they loved it. Anyhow, but yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, just like a small sword, like your little Watanashi sort of thing, something small, quick, sharpen it. And yeah, they expect you to run. I'm not very good at running from something trying to hurt me because then they can really hurt me. I don't.
I would really love to see you get your butt whipped by a goose, man.
The feeding deer and then shooting them. It all depends on the situation. I know that some people have had herds of deer that they basically took care of over the years and harvested, a deer a year or whatever. But I know these particular, they would actually feed the deer when it was a bad winter. They would provide medicine to the deer and things like that too. So they were, in a way, they were kind of a not domesticated, but it was a kept herd. So I don't know. Yeah, blind dude, the deer are like rats with antlers in some places. We've had them in the backyard right across. I could have thrown a rock and hit it if it would have stood still. That's not uncommon here in town. But they're not being a real pest around here. Keith's trying to change the subject. Lauren, you keep going after a guy's weak spot, huh? You're just like a fighter. You, as soon as you stagger a guy,
I want to get video of him going up against geese because he don't know geese.
He lives around Helena also, easy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be helping him tomorrow morning on something. I was helping him. He's got a project going on that an extra pair of hands comes in handy. And So I'll be helping him tomorrow morning again, and then he helps me. We were fishing together on Sunday, so we have some common interests and stuff, and we get along really well. But yeah, he's in the Helena area here, up in Montana. In Europe, the deer we saw were the size of a German Shepherd. Yep, yep, Labrador with antlers. Yeah, like a Coues whitetail. My brother, his son lives in Hawaii, and they have, I think, axis deer there. They have feral hogs and uh, a number of things. And they getting a hunting license is no big deal because they're all invasive species in some way. You know, please post a video together. Some of the stuff we've done recently from the big shop building, that's Lauren's shop. And there's a couple there where you can see him. He's a little bit camera shy, you know. I guess he just doesn't have the balls. I don't know. Back at you. But anyhow.
He's probably secretly a famous person and doesn't want anybody recognizing him.
Probably, yeah.
Or he's in the witness protection program.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna try sometime to do a remote from his place on a live stream, and be doing some stuff like smelting or this or that or the other during the whole live stream, so we can say, we can start it out and do this, and then as time goes on during the live stream, we're showing the different processes and stuff. So we may do something like that. No, I'm not a half a girl now. I'm half a man and half not. Oh, yeah, they assure me that the remaining one should provide all the hormones I need, and if not, they can do that now.
You don't need that many hormones anyway.
Oh man, she just doesn't want me to have enough hormones to be a pest. That's what it is.
You have to sleep sometime, right?
Yeah, I know. But anyhow, so let's say we're going to try it sometime easy, but not sure what the bandwidth is going to be out there, and things like that. But yeah, we'd like to do that sometime. Not sure if it's going to be, anytime real soon. Things are starting to get pretty busy. I think Lauren has some other projects kind of lined up too, besides this one that Night Roberts.
Night Roberts.
That he's working on now. I think he's got some other stuff. We've done some smelting videos easy. Let's see. I think I can call up another Hard Rock University window here. Let's see what happens. Okay, still got you. Yeah, it just leaves as a gas. It literally vaporizes, Jeff. Take care, Prospector Phil. Let's see. Let's see. Replacing the heating. Oops, wrong one. Let's see. Come on. Microwave smell. There we go. Yeah, 1 month ago, we got one on microwave smelting. You'd probably find that one interesting because it was literally smelting with a microwave, So I thought that was really cool. But Lauren's in there. Yeah, I agree, Miner Jim. That's what I said. What's the difference between flood gold and real gold? Okay, blind dude, these are placer terms. Flood gold means the fine gold that pretty much comes down every time that the river is running high. Okay. The more nugget gold, coarser gold, and stuff, the stuff that concentrates over the years, will be larger and will tend to be deeper in the deposits. So flood gold will basically be found almost anywhere in that river, wherever anything will concentrate, like on gravel bars and stuff, whereas the coarser gold will tend to be deeper. Night, Roberts.
Good night, Roberts.
And there's Miner Jim, just very fine size gold. Yep. Some of these terms are not always used in the same way depending upon who's using them either. Okay. When I was in Boise, not Boise, the Boise River dredging, flood gold meant, just kind of the general, gold everywhere sort of stuff. But Jim spends a lot of time mining old river channels and stuff. So that's how he uses the term. But yes, it'll always be fine gold as opposed to big nuggets. Any other questions, comments, or insults? Oh my goodness, my hair it's messy. That's okay. When your face is this ugly, anything that distracts is a good idea. Oh. Thanks for showing up, Jim. Appreciate it. And so hopefully there wasn't too much damage at the mill, and we should get a fair amount done this week. Didn't get many hours last week because there wasn't much to do with everything being frozen. So this week ought to be fairly busy, assuming nothing major got broken, which I don't think it did. The big tank I can't see getting damaged. And you're welcome, blind dude. So say we shall see what happens. Also, this is a good example of why you need secondary containment. Underneath that tank is a sheet of plastic that drains into the tailings area. So if something does break and then thaws, all that stuff is contained. Blind dude says to tell you good night, little one.
Good night.
Okay, do you have my email, Billy? Jeff, I don't think we're going to be doing anything on any of the claims we staked last year. We may do a little exploration or this, that, or the other. We'll have to do something just for the small minor exemption, but nothing of any substance, I don't believe. Okay, Billy. But in terms of anything of substance, actually, one of the claims we staked is right next to Montana B, and there's some stuff there that I will be doing some research on that I may be able to give videos on. Again, certain things are confidential. It's the email at the beginning of your videos, correct? Well, I'm thinking it is. Let me check. I'm pretty sure. That is correct. hardrockyou@outlook.com. That will do it. So, yep, that'll do it. Anyhow, seems like it's winding down. Does anyone have any other questions, suggestions, or uh, comments to fling at me? That's fine, easy. It's purely voluntary. Eva and I, we're not rich, but we're comfortable on very modest means. And so say donate as you wish. Don't harm your family or your situation, but I appreciate it. And um, say whenever you have questions kind of drive the discussion at times. You may have noticed when Billy had some questions and stuff, it really brought things up. Other people jumped in. It really helps out. So um, that's the way it works. And yeah, the in the past, and I mean, let me tell you easy. Uh, what was it? 2.5 years ago, 1.5 years ago. Anyhow,
2 years ago in May.
2 years ago in May, I had to have my aorta replaced, and that's some pretty serious surgery, and it requires you to really slow down for a while and stuff. And so I was really incapacitated for a couple of months, and I couldn't earn money. I was doing construction at the time and such. And so I asked my people, I wanted to auction some of the gold I had and things like that. Didn't have very much. And my viewers really came through for me. About, I don't know, a half a dozen roughly people donated around 500 or more dollars each. One person started doing a Patreon of like $800 a month, which really it got us through. And then last fall, Eva had to have cancer surgery, but our situation is such that, I mean, now that I'm on Social Security and a few other things, we really didn't need any money. So I told everyone, prayers, positive vibes, things like that are appreciated. Eva loves pretty rocks and stuff. If anyone wants to send, that's great. But, we don't need any money. So don't worry about it. And people didn't. And that's it. It's like a family. If we need money, we'll ask. If you want to donate, that's great. I mean, it helps out with the bills a bit. But our methodology here is not to try and make money off the internet. And I got no problem with people who do. There are certain people that have done a fantastic job building their channels as a money-making endeavor, a secondary job, and this, that, and the other, which is fantabulous. Okay. I just do this because I like doing this. I also like teaching. And so I like kind of bringing other people along for the ride. And we all have a good time. Come here, little one. We have a nice life. We're happy. We're doing what we want.
My bear.
And that's what it's all about. So,
Oh, not going to Mexico.
not right now. The situation, first of all, I'm very busy here right now. I don't have a problem with Mexico per se, but we got several awes. Okay. I've been to Mexico. Yo hablo español, and like that. And the rural people in Mexico are very nice, and I think you understand the exact dynamic that's going on here. It's community, it's family, and that is. And Chris says, "So cute." Yes, she is. Not me, but she is. And anyhow, So we're living the life modestly, you know, don't have a whole lot of cash to throw around. I'm not bashful about asking if we really need it, but I prefer to just earn my way and live a modest life and have a good time. I was fishing twice last week because it was too cold to do anything else. Um, I meet great people. There's a lot of people here I haven't met. I've met Chris, Miner Jim, um, Lauren, of course. I don't know if I've actually met Arizona Prepper.
Yeah, we know Arizona Prepper way too well.
But I don't think I've met any of the other people here.
Zioxio?
Zioxio's not on tonight.
He's not on tonight.
Yeah, there's other people we met that aren't here. So it's Laura from Chicago and Ezekiel from Spain, but they live in Mexico. Cool. What part of Mexico do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
That is cool.
Here
they're having some problems down there in one of their big silver states.
Yeah. And I hope the situation in the place where you live is fairly calm. It varies a lot depending upon where you're at in Mexico, just like it does in the United States. Veracruz. Boy, that's a state too, I believe, as opposed to just a city. Let me look at it here. Veracruz, formerly Veracruz de Ignacio de la Llave, officially the free and foreign sovereign state of Veracruz de Ignacio de la Llave. Okay, so that's a state. I think it's down south and west, if I'm not mistaken.
There are.
Well, this is all in Spanish.
Of course it's in Spanish.
Let's see. There we go. No, it's on the San Luis Potosí. Well, that was cute. Veracruz. There it is. Oh, that would be nice. It's right there on the Gulf of Mexico there.
By the Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah, near the base of the Yucatan. Just a little bit over there. Fishing. I love fishing. We live in a cabin in the mountains. Good. I hope you have a very good situation, a very happy life there. But we found a good place here. Eva has been a gift to me. She has helped me a lot, and I have helped her a lot at different times in different ways. And it works out very nicely. So, anyhow, I hope that you're as happy as we are. I think Ed Henry was talking about the motorcycles in Mexico. Sometimes you have to experiment a bit. Easy. It can take a while to get these things figured out. If you have enough gold, if it's rich enough, then it'll just take time is all. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you may be right, blind dude. That might be true, because Ed has ridden motorcycles a lot, street on street. Oh, I hope things are going well for you there, Ed. Without me to weld up your little scamp. uh, yeah, if you roasted sulfides and you're not getting good recovery, it may be really, really fine gold, but the proper flux. Are you adding silver to your flux? Because silver helps the lead gather the gold. And if you're not adding silver, that can be a problem. It's called inquarting, and it also helps. Okay, that may be an issue. You should try and adding 1 to 2 times as much silver as you expect in gold. Um, and your ore has tons of silver, then you shouldn't need to add any. Okay. Miner Jim brings up a good point. Do you have reliable assays? Um, and if it has tons of silver in it, silver's worth a lot of money too. That will generally be pretty valuable. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet either, Goldstream. But yeah, he was talking about fire assaying. How many ounces per ton gold and how much ounces per ton silver, Easy? Okay. Let me see here. I should be able to do this. YouTube. Oops.
Hey guys, my name's Jason.
Okay, there's the link. Control C. Control V. There you go. "100 grams in silver is 5 kilos per ton." Wow, that's a lot.
5 kilos per ton?
Silver and 100 grams gold.
That's excellent.
That's really good ore. You should be able to make that work, assuming the assays are accurate. Say how confident are you of the lab that did the assaying?
If it's that rich, you should be able to gravity separate the stuff anyway.
I would agree. Is that concentrates or is that the raw ore? Ursa. I'm not sure that lab. Is it a major international type lab or is it a local one? That's pretty darn good. If that's raw ore, that's pretty good.
If that's raw ore, you should be able to concentrate it.
I would say first thing would be to crush it and concentrate it before smelting it. Crush it, concentrate it, and then roast it, and then fire it. Argonaut, we were talking about Jason from Mount Baker. You know, yeah, I linked his video so I could give her the link. And yeah, you heard him for just a second there. Okay, 80 mesh crush should be good, especially when you're trying to get a sulfide concentrate. That should be a good mesh to crush at. What is the ratio of concentrates to tailings that you get after you concentrate it too? Oh, you're welcome, Easy. I mean, this is what happens. You pose a question, boom, everyone jumps in. That's just the way it works here. Chris is really smart, Easy. If you're not familiar with us that much, Chris is pretty darn smart. What would the mesh be of a 1/20th of an inch classifier? In other words, the hole is 1/20th of an inch. That would be 0.0. That would be 14 to 16 mesh, right in that range right there. So call it 15 mesh for a 1/20th of an inch hole. Blind dude, I hope you got that. 1/20th of an inch hole is about 15 mesh. No, I'm not sub to street tips. I'm so busy. I can only assimilate so much information. One thing that is very frustrating is as I'm getting older, my brain is not working as well as it used to. And I have to sometimes limit how much I try and feed into it at any one time. I used to be able to multitask vastly better than I do now. I don't know if it's just normal aging or whether it's worse than that. We're keeping track of things a bit, but don't know for sure at this point. Yeah, Chris, it sucks. Yeah, it's important to have a roof on the house. Absolutely. Let's see. Crucible assay. Metals of the platinum group. Assay of solutions. Bullion. Black sands. Seeing if they have a zinc precipitates. Telluride ores. These are oxides. Okay. soda iron method, niter fusion. Yeah, there's about 10 pages in this book on assaying sulfides. Litharge niter assay. Yeah, easy. It's now 3 minutes and 26, 3 hours, 26 minutes. This book is a pretty good book on assaying in general, although it may be a little complicated. But yeah. So it's actually a textbook. So it has a lot of stuff in there. Say it may or may not be too complex. It's pretty complex for me. There you go, Easy. It's got a lot of information in it, but that should help point you in the right direction and give you several different options for how to attack the problem. Hopefully, one of you two at least is reasonably good at chemistry. Oh my goodness. Little one, do you want to take over for a few minutes, or do you guys just want to keep texting each other while I go to the restroom here for a second? Thank you, Easy.
Well, I can come over and sit in the chair in a minute or three here.
In a minute or three?
Oh, let me get a soda first.
Man.
Okay.
Oh.
Hello. $200 for a Miller table, huh? I'll tell you. Anyway, he'll be back from the bathroom shortly. The weather is warming up again temporarily. I hate to tell him this, but it's probably going to have one more cold snap before we get into real weather. And we saw swans last week. There's a flock of swans that's with a flock of geese at a pond down the road. There's some pelicans around at the various lakes, and saw a herd of yearling elk that were looking very pretty. Makes me want a hunting tag next year, Hello, Easy. And that is pretty steep for a Miller table. But actually, most gravity separation equipment is relatively simple from what I've seen. But that's just my opinion, of course. My opinion don't count. Anyway, survey land has been going cool. I am still up to my eyeballs in political surveys, and I'm still seeing no information on our local candidates. So things are suspicious. You know how that goes. It is very, very strange. Survey land is very strange to begin with these days anyway. You ready to come back, Bear?
Yeah, just a second. Let me get this stuff put away.
Yeah, make sure you put the real money where it belongs. That fiat stuff too, since we can use that to get real money.
I'm getting hungry.
You're getting hungry?
Yep.
Oh, well, you'll have to come back here and talk to your people. They're discussing Miller tables and mining stuff. That is your department.
I hate Miller tables because they got such low throughput.
I am going to have a chocolate bar.
Oh, yeah. Miller tables are so tedious. Not sure, Argonaut. You're welcome, Easy. Looking forward to seeing you next week. And hopefully we can get you to the point where you're making money at those grades. You should be able to do it. Should not be that difficult to make money. And the other thing is, you don't necessarily need to get in a hurry to get maximum recovery. Just save your tailings, so you can do better recoveries later. Clay graphite requires seasoning, huh? Okay. Yep, that's the way to do it. Save all the tailings, especially for now. Oh, I'd have to make some food here. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I don't recall seeing any of our Australian people here. Mohammed, gosh. Oh, who's Ned? Gruber Ned, are you there? Yeah, I saw a guy use Gorilla Tape to make attachments for his shin guards. It's a holiday in Australia today. Okay. Using Gorilla Tape. And he would reuse the Gorilla Tape because when you let the tape dry out, the glue was still good. So he Gorilla taped the shin guards to his wetsuit, around his legs, and then he'd pull it off at the end of the day and just let it dry, and the next day it would still work.
Gorilla Tape is amazing stuff.
Oh, wish I had more time just to look at stuff. Goldstream and everybody. Oh. Oh. I'm going to have to make some food here. Do you guys want me to just leave the live stream up so you guys can continue the chat? And or do you want me to shut it down? It can go either way. I don't care. I'm gonna throw something in the oven.
I think they're having a good time talking.
Oh, not a problem, blind dude. I'm getting hunger pangs. Okay, you guys keep going. Don't want to stop the chat. Just want to get something to eat. Oh.
What you making? A cinnamon crisp?
Cinnamon crisp and a regular quesadilla. What, you want something, little one?
Oh, no thanks. I'm just reading some of what they're saying here in terms of blue bowls, etc.
Now, Chris would definitely be our resident expert on that. He knows the people who make it.
Yep. He's got the link up for him for the blue bowl.
Really nice classifiers too.
Oh yeah, there's some cool equipment out there in that regard. If it works with your ore, which is the problem we have, it does not.
Yeah, it's pretty useful for what we need.
Yep. No, I already ate earlier, so I don't need anything.
Okay.
He will be back very shortly, guys. He's just making a quesadilla and a cinnamon crisp. Kind of weird.
Why?
No, that's not exactly healthy and nutritious food there, you know. Snack.
What do you mean?
I had a tuna melt.
What's wrong with a quesadilla? It's keto.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my cinnamon crisp? I'm not using. What?
Oh, just reading the comments.
Oh. They're making snide comments about me as usual.
No. Argonaut just said he never had blue bowel until he got married. I am not even going to try to dissect that remark there. Goldstream says that somebody could make something like an RP4 for half the price. Because RP4s are pricey.
Yep. Oh, it's that tabletop that's the hard part to duplicate. Although nowadays, with computer-controlled machine tools and stuff, it'd be a lot easier than it used to be.
Blind Dude says he's got one of those XP pans that has the snake skin, and it works great.
Cool.
So you might want to. Follow your comments there and see if anybody requires you to say anything.
Well, not only that on the RP4, but I mean, they make a lot of big stuff. That's the smallest thing they make. Yeah.
RP4, that's Mount Baker, isn't it?
No, that's Global Mining Solutions, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're Prineville, Oregon, or at least used to be. Where's my RP4? It's still in Tucson, isn't it? I think I've got an RP4 in Tucson too. Gosh, forgot about that.
No, you've got quite a few things in
I prefer my Rogue Wave. But the RP4 works fine. Mine has to be rebuilt because some of the stuff is kind of seized up from rust. It worked okay. Just didn't do what I needed it to do. As usual. Really? You want to buy an RP4 that needs refurbishment, blind dude? What I'd be happy to pay you with it if you'd bring up a load of stuff for me up here to Helena, because I need a few things that are down there in Tucson, and
anything that he don't need that's down there that you want, y'all can grab.
well, I don't know about that.
It don't belong to.
Right now, I've got free storage on it. I've also got what was that? Action Mining impact mill that I don't want anymore because I got a better one myself. I build my own. But yeah, anyone who wants to haul a pickup load of stuff up here to me from Tucson, Arizona, I've got an Action Mining impact mill and an RP4 table that'll need refurbishment down there in Tucson that I'll trade for the service. Get your cats. Can't where we're staying up here, we can't have pets.
I want my cat.
She wants her pet, her cats. Yep.
I want my cats, but I can't have them.
Yep. Oh, I want an RP4 badly. Well, I don't know. How far north are you, Goldstream? Is it worth it? There you go, Lars. It's fine with me. I say, I got some stuff down there I want up here, and I got some stuff down there I don't want anymore. Oh. So I say that's kind of the way it is. I got to check and make sure that Tom hasn't gotten rid of. Tom, are you still there? I doubt it, but if so, need to know if you've gotten rid of that RP4 table. I don't think you did. But with all the stuff in the backyard, you might have accidentally thrown it away.
I can't imagine him throwing it away. I can't imagine him recycling it.
Well, to me, that's throwing it away. But anyhow. Say, if you're interested, Lars, or anyone else, I'll double check, make sure that what's down there, and go from there. I know the adjustment screw is pretty much rusted solid. I think the motor needs replacement. You want me to check on that RP4, Lars? Let's see. Okay. I'll call Tom up. Let's see. Let me.
He should still be awake.
I think Tom's still awake. Mm. Yeah, blind dude. That's because you're not a moderator.
Chris can make people moderators, maybe.
Yeah, Tom. Call me tomorrow. There's a couple things in the backyard I want to check to make sure they're still there. Somebody might haul a load of stuff up here to me in exchange for them. So, I say, give me a call tomorrow at your convenience after 7:30 in the morning. Thank you. Bye bye. He didn't answer, so I'm not sure why. It's Monday, so maybe he's asleep already.
Yeah, or he may be out doing something.
Glenn, I would say there's probably still plenty of good gold in those areas, but it's going to be a little harder to find good spots because there's so many existing claims. Tucson, Arizona would be the start point, and Helena, Montana would be the end point.
Straight shot up I-15.
Yeah, you take up I-10 to Phoenix, then you can from there go to Flagstaff up I-17, and depending upon how you like to drive and what kind of scenery, you can head straight north from Flagstaff through Page and hook up at the I-15 just inside the Utah border and come north, or you can head on over from Phoenix, go to Las Vegas and head up the I-15 that way. So a couple more hours of drive, and I don't like it because it's not as pretty. But anyhow, how many miles? I think it's roughly 1,300. Let me see here. Tucson to Helena, Montana. Let's see what we got here. Flights. 1,256 miles. Yeah, Tom. Okay. Hey, in the backyard, we still got that yellow impact mill, right? Yeah. I also had a table out there in the back corner there that was sitting in a tub. It had a black top with grooves on top of it. Do you know what? Yeah. That's here too. It's got a black grooved top with it's basically like a rubber or whatever. It's about 4 feet long. Yeah. Okay. If you could take a couple pictures of those and email them to me at your convenience tomorrow, I'd appreciate it. I got a guy that's considering hauling a load up to Helena for me in return for those two pieces of equipment. So, yes, let me know. Get some stuff out of your way.
Yeah, before he goes and recycles it.
Slowly trying to get the shit away, but most of it's at Gonzo's at this point.
Yep.
It's the you're too busy. You're busier than me.
Yep. But anyhow, so that's what I'm looking for. So yeah, I would clean some stuff out of the yard and get some stuff up here. That would be great.
So pictures of bed, deck, and the table.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we got the right stuff, and so I can show the guy what condition it's in and such. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty. Any old cars? I don't think so, Lars. That's the guy. He's there's text going on here.
There's a couple of old car engines, but they don't belong to us.
Okay. Alrighty. You take care. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Lars, he's going to send me some pictures tomorrow, and I'll send them to you, and we'll discuss it at that point. Because, yeah, I'd be happy to trade those to someone who's likely to use them in return for some stuff that I really want to get up here. It would be great. And, yeah, when you come on up, you could probably meet me and Jim and Lauren, and we could yak and all kinds of fun stuff. That'd be great. Now, let me get the stuff out of the oven before it burns and I forget. Oh. Oh. Ouch. That hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing broken. Just annoyed.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
It would be cool if you could get your stuff.
Yeah. So because I'm starving to death and everyone's still chatting, I'm going to eat. This is just a regular quesadilla, but it's on a low-carb tortilla. So this is keto.
Yeah, those puppets have gotten expensive too.
I've got dessert here in a minute, too. It's also keto. Oh, my stomach's so happy about this. Well, Lauren, I'm going to show you in just a minute. Because a dessert is something you can make too. No, it's not flan, Lars. Flan's not keto. It's got sugar in it. Oh.
I have no doubt you could make a sugar-free flan, though. You probably could.
Possibly. I'm never a big proponent of flan. I like custard. Well, flan just doesn't taste like custard to me.
I like creme brulee. So there's that.
Thanks, Lars, while I'm eating. My brother likes flan. Yeah, Lars, you're in the Los Angeles area. Another possibility is, depending upon what you'd be hauling with, you could put your stuff. If you had a trailer with you, just haul it all the way up there and back. On your way back, I-15 straight to LA would be the high-speed, low-drag way. I-15 is actually, it's got these little mountain ranges, but nothing significant at all. I like the trip through northern Arizona and southern Utah. From Flagstaff, head up to Page, cross the Colorado River at Page there, Grand Canyon Dam. Yeah, if you brought a trailer, I think that would be a pretty simple deal. And then from there, you go across southern Utah to Kanab, and it's like 65 miles an hour straight flat. Then you drop south into Arizona, I think it's Fredonia, and you got another 60 miles to northern Arizona, pretty much flat and straight. Then you've got a short 2-mile steep grade into Hurricane, and that gets you on the I-15, and then cruising up to here. And shouldn't be a big problem. A small flatbed should be enough between that and the truck. We'll have to figure out the exact footprints on everything and go from there to make sure. You also get to see some experimental stuff I got. You're not allowed to disclose any information on that.
He's got top secret stuff, people.
Secret. I also got some tools that I just want up here, like my theodolite. I've got a big Bosch electric jackhammer. A couple other things. The Rogue Wave is designed to sit in the back of a, no, nothing like that. Just hand tools. Let me get the dessert here now. Do you want a quesadilla or anything, little one?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I is not hungry.
Okay, Lauren, or everyone else too. This is a low-carb tortilla. Put a little butter on it. Then some sucralose, 0 calories. Some cinnamon. And then a touch of salt to enhance the flavor. And it tastes delicious. Yeah, Lars, if you got a long bed, the truck will be holding everything that I want up here. And say the trailer, you got that impact mill and the RP4. Hey, Thalia.
Hi, Thalia.
Yeah, we're having a good time as usual.
Hi, Dahlia. How's school going? Hope all's going well. Hope school is well. Hope your feet are doing good. Oh, he's eating a keto cinnamon crunch here. Low carb tortillas spread with butter and put a little bit of sweetener, cinnamon, and a touch of salt. They're really good. Kind of like those Taco Bell cinnamon crunchy thingies.
It wouldn't be that serious, Lars. It'd actually be pretty simple with a small flatbed. So, yeah, that wouldn't be too hard to do at all. Oh. $350, 10 minutes. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard at all. Do you have an extended cab or just a standard cab? A couple things would be better to ride inside if possible. But if it's just you, there'll be plenty of room just in the passenger seat in the standard cab. Oh, yeah. Loads of room. I'd want the theodolite inside. Okay, Chris, you take care.
Good night, Chris.
Appreciate all the help. If you ever figure out that question, let me know. Oh, a Hemi, huh? Yeah, no problem at all. Weight's not going to be a big deal. Total weight of all the equipment, less than 2,000 pounds. Yeah, wouldn't be a problem at all. As long as you're happy with the payment, I'd be happy with it. Well, my stomach is much happier now. Sorry about being rude, folks.
He has these weird things called hunger pains. It's really kind of funny.
Eva doesn't get hunger pangs. She doesn't understand. Have you ever been up through Flagstaff and Page and that before, Lars? It's kind of pretty. If you want to take a little longer, you can go by the North Rim of the Grand Canyon. Okay. Well, and it's a fairly nice route. If you know anyone in Vegas, you could swing there. That'd be great. It'd be nice to see you. Would you have time to hang around for a few days? Yeah, I got more and more stuff like that myself, Lars. Yeah, I've been there 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Some places like San Diego have changed a lot since I saw them first. By the way, for those who don't know, some of you may, understood. I ate at a Taco Bell in the late 60s in El Cajon, California. This was the newest Taco Bell that, oh, great, Lars. And that had just been built like a year before or whatever. Anyone have an idea what the number was on that Taco Bell? I think now they're up to like 20,000 or something like that. Anyone want to make a guess on what number was the Taco Bell I ate at in like probably 68? Nope. You're pretty close, Lars. That was Taco Bell number 3.
What was the menu?
The menu was you could have the standard crispy taco. You could have an enchilito. I don't know if they still do that anymore. It's basically a corn tortilla wrapped around some of their taco filling, and then with enchilada sauce and a cheese on it. Or you could have a red burrito, red bean burrito, or a green bean burrito. I'm pretty sure that was it. That was the entire menu. And I believe the first time we went there, every item was 17 cents. I don't know what you mean by all for 75 cents, but it was like 17 cents when I went there, Lars. And real quickly, they raised it to 19 cents an item. Yeah. That was interesting. And then they came up with stuff when I was in Yuma, probably 3 or 4 years later, something like that. Maybe it was earlier than that when I first saw it over there. Might have been the mid 60s. But then they opened a Taco Bell in Yuma, and they came up with stuff like the Burrito Supreme. Oh, yeah, that was some good stuff. Hey, Jim. Oh, by the way, Jim, I caught one big trout this weekend, but you said you wanted 2. And after 3 hours on that stringer, that rascal was still frisky as could be. So I just turned him loose. If you want me to bring you 1 trout in the future, let me know. But that was about 18, 19-inch rainbow. And normally I wouldn't care, but that thing had so much energy. I thought, now that is some good genetics on that trout there. Okay, so you want 1 trout, 1 large trout, if that's all I have next time? Okay. That's the question, because say you said 2, so I thought, if you're going to spend the time prepping, you'd prefer to have 2. So if 1 trout's okay, I'll keep it in mind. But yeah, that was pretty strong trout, and it's so funny. I mean, Lauren can tell you when I got it in, I was having a little trouble getting on a stringer. Got it on the stringer, and just pulled the hook out. It was like it wasn't even really hooked. It was hilarious. There was hardly anything holding it to that fish. Let me get some water here.
I figured you could have bought him just 1, but
Lauren was focusing on walleyes, which are right along the bottom there. And that particular spot has rocks and tackle and everything like that. And I'm not sure how much tackle Lauren lost, but it would have filled a small tackle box. On that one, Argonaut, I was using a 1/2 ounce Castmaster, and it hit it on the drop in the current there. It's right below Hauser Dam. And usually I can catch trout easily on night crawlers, but they weren't biting no night crawlers last Sunday. I mean, I think it was the Sunday before where I caught like, 4 of them that size, all on night crawlers. And the only one I caught on the Castmaster was a little one like that, just about the right size for Eva. But I caught 3 big rainbows and 1 big brown 2 weeks ago. And I say they just weren't terribly hungry. Lauren got a couple bites on, a couple walleye bites. I don't even know if I had another bite. My worm got brutalized one time. And I don't know what size fish were chewing on it. There was still stuff left on the hook. And I'll say it's weird, but I'm trying to learn what the pattern is. It should be spawning season right now, so that may have a lot to do with it.
I don't think we're quite into spawning season for trout yet.
I don't know. It's already past middle of April, little one. It's April 18th.
Yeah, that is true.
Seems to me it was mid-April last time that they were spawning. That's hilarious. They get pretty crazy, but they don't hit your normal bait. So anyhow,
tomorrow is Ryan's birthday, by the way.
Yep. Okay, Lars. As soon as I get those pictures, I will ship them off to you. And assuming you like the idea, we'll try and get everything all arranged. Sounds great to me. And let us know how many days you want to spend up here, and we'll see if we can't get you and Jim and Lauren together too, and something like that. If you want, bring a little fishing gear and we can try going fishing too. I think I don't know. Let's see. Temporary Montana fishing
Like $10 or something.
license. Let's see. See how much they cost. Fishing license, basic license requirements. Base fishing license. Short-term resident, 1 day non-resident, 14. Short-term non-resident, 5 consecutive days, $56. So take that into account, Lars. So they're kind of proud of their fish up here.
With good reason.
I don't believe that's considered legal tackle in this state, Lars. That said, there's a 1 day non-resident license for like $12. It was a 5 day non-resident license, Jim. Those were the only 2 I could see on the website there. Oh. Okay. Anything else to talk about here? Yeah, well, it's $18 a year for fishing here if you're a resident.
And a senior.
Montana has this thing about trying to get money from non-residents. So yeah, they're pretty. You don't want to ask what a big game tag costs for a non-resident here. It's hundreds. Yep. I don't recall there's a thing there. You can check it out on the internet there, I'm sure, as well as I can, Lars. There may be something special there. But it's up to you. Just throwing out the option. Lauren and I love to fish. So depending upon the time and everything, that's a definite possibility. You're I don't think you can drive if you're blind, Lars. Or are you asking blind dude if he wants to ride with you, Lars? Yeah, we could probably work something out. Don't see a problem. It's always more fun with somebody. Yeah, it gets tough when they have snow plows. Oh. Okay. We don't have anything else. I think we'll call it an evening here. It's been fun.
Good night, everybody.
You take care, Argonaut, blind dude. Oh, Lars, everybody stand to the last here. Oh, I got to be up at 7 to help Lauren. Hey, Goldstream, thanks for hanging in there. And thanks for helping out the newbies, everybody. That's one of the things that's very, it makes me feel good to know that I've helped put together a community that's such good people and everything. You hang up first, huh? Well, that's okay with me. Anyone else got anything real quick? I got to give it about 15 seconds because of the delay. Don't see anything, so I guess I'm going to call it a night. Thank you, everybody. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.